We're beginning. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. So, if you want to listen in the Russian language, you push the Russian language button. If you want the Russian version, if you want the English version, respectively, it's the other channel.
Кроме того, что тех, кто на экране, еще много участников.
We have quite a lot of participants. I hope it all works, right? Well, thank you very much for being with us. Thank you for agreeing to take part in the conference. Um, Identity and global processes, because it's an extremely important issue, particularly at the time of global crisis, at the time of challenges, at the time of the pandemic. We're all together, and that's very good. This particular session is moderated by Igor Maximtsev, who is our rector, and so I'll give him the floor. And at the end of the session, I suggest that we make a photo of the screen, so that's when everyone is with us. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Maximtsev, for being with us and for agreeing to moderate the session. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear friends. I'm happy to welcome all of you here. The time is very difficult for the whole planet, and we are all participants of the online conference on the experience of identity, experience of Europe and Russia. And our panel is dedicated to the European identity, cultural and historical dimensions. And within the framework of the conference, it's a tradition. Our friends from Italy and other countries used to come here in the past. And in May, it was usually happening when it was sunny and beautiful. Today it's December, but the hearts of ours are still warm, and we make the planet warmer with the warmth of our hearts. We have come across great challenges, a great trial for all of us. We are used to communicate personally. We are used to work together, to relax together, to discuss topical issues together, to think together of how to change this world for the better. We discussed the role of the universities, the role of the young people, criticized the politicians, spoke about the necessity to fight the inequality. But we understand that today we are all online. But I hope very much that all this will be in the past with time. We just have to go through that, acquire new experience. Maybe there is a reason for that, and that will make human friendship even more valuable for us. Human friendship that has always been one of the greatest values for all of us. But still, I believe we are together and we're doing quite a lot together. And we're most grateful to our friends who, in spite of the pandemic, are together with us. I'm personally very grateful to Professor Massimo Canova, Professor Antonio Macchi, and Alexander Howard, and Gabriela Marcella, and Johann Günther for meeting us online for the presentations, for the lectures that they are planning to make. It's a lot of work, we know, but we understand that so much depends on our heart, on our mind, on our ability to work together. This is all for the benefit of the planet. In Russia, we today um, live through a rather difficult period of time because large cities such as Moscow and St. Petersburg, some of the regions have come across a great upsurge in the number of infected, and many of the universities also work online. Students study online. We cannot meet our friends personally. Sometimes we are under the influence of the mass media, and sometimes they distort the reality, and it's impossible to discuss the details personally once again. But we have always realized how it worked. And it's important to emphasize that in Russia, we understand that the changes that occur in the United States at present will, of course, have a serious impact over the next 4 years over the political processes all over. We understand that the confrontation that, together with the pandemic, is increasing, will not bring anything positive. The controversies that some are emphasizing will not help us find the aspects that bring us together. The confrontation might lead to escalation and to destruction. We understand that today there are not that many who try to tell in Europe it is not wise to block the communication with Russia. And Russia is more and more often pushed towards east, towards China and the Pacific region. We understand that history of Europe and Russia is much deeper, it's much stronger, much more powerful indeed than the contacts with Asia, with the present-day China. We understand that without Europe, without our dialogue, without our common symbols and solidarity, equality will not be built. And without that, we won't be able to move forward into the future. We would like to be able to change the situation for the better together. We would like Russia to interact with Europe in the sphere of politics, in the sphere of economy, education, culture, because we used to say that it's important to have a multipole mode of work. But sometimes the politicians push Russia in an opposite direction. We hope very much that our meeting today, that our contacts, our friendship will foster development and build the strong foundation for the cooperation between Russia and Europe that we all work on. Thus, we continue with the traditions of the previous years. We're happy to see you here at your computers, and allow me to give the floor now to our great friend, the great friend of the university, a great friend, indeed, the president of AECI in Italy, Massimo Maria Caneva. Professor, the floor is yours. We're happy to see you here. I do know how much you are doing during this difficult period for everyone. And thank you very much for friendship, for support, for our contacts and communication, for tackling so many problems together. Professor Kaneva, the floor is yours.
Okay.
Полный вопрос небольшой.
Can I speak?
Уважаемый, небольшой организационный вопрос. У нас
A question.
когда вот
Now,
сейчас
when
все на экране, да,
we're all on the screen
в
now,
дальнейшем на экране остается только тот, кто делает
then
презентацию.
only the one who makes the presentation will be on the screen. The
А
others switch off
слушатели, либо когда
the
хочет
cameras,
выступать, либо когда делает свою
switch
презентацию. Или
them
когда
on
делает
when they want to
презентацию.
say
Спасибо.
something. Thank you.
Hello?
Пожалуйста.
Пожалуйста, профессор Канева.
Мгм.
May I start?
Да, да, да.
Yes.
Yes, yes, please.
First of
Welcome.
all, I would like to thank very much my dear friend, rector of St. Petersburg. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks to the colleagues of the university. It's a great pleasure for me to participate to this international conference. And I am very glad, because my dear friend Igor knows very well, that this conference started with the students. This means the importance of the students and the future. We are working for them. Don't forget, the university and all the dialogue and relation among states, continent, all the institutions must start thinking to the young generation. Young generation is the quite important part of the mission of the university. The title of my intervention is the dialogue between different culture, the role of university cooperation between European Union and Russia. My intervention will focus on the university cooperation as an important tool to help and promote cooperation mostly between young people. This cooperation will also be viewed as an essential means of contributing to intercultural and interfaith dialogue. I consider this commitment for fostering reciprocal knowledge and respect, both on a national and international level, especially in the dialogue between European Union and Russia. Therefore, to analyze the international context and the role of education and academic institutions as a crucial tool of public diplomacy in action for young people dialogue. This is quite important. Tools which, from each country's domestic and international perspective, are also vehicle of integration for an effective dialogue of cultural and religious aspects. All my presentation has its roots in a real program organized in several regions, and in the Baltic region, in the Balkans, in Caucasus, and Middle East. I know that Russia is a big country and has a big responsibility in many of these places. Also, European Union and the other countries must be open to the dialogue to develop a real peace, starting from the education, the university, thinking to the students. In this international context, one of the basic challenges of 21st century remain the international peace and development in the light of the new world balance. Today, there are problems that can only be solved by action at the global level. New strategic thinking is required to approach global issues and advance global public goods. Consequently, international community must become protagonists of a new strategy to intervene to promote peace, development, as a strategy based on realistic and effective foreign common policy, especially in relations between the European Union and Russia. Don't forget that I strongly believe, that Russia is really part of Europe, of our Europe, because the history, because the religion, because of the cultural and historical roots. And this is one point very clear. This strategy of cooperation must include collaborative effort of diplomat, economic, and peace forces action under the umbrella of the United Nations, while being rooted in the common goal of development and strong cooperation, culture of solidarity, capable of understanding local needs and providing quick and efficient solutions that are at once professional and respectable of human dignity. This is quite important to underline when a crisis starts. We need to respect the human dignity in every situation that this crisis starts. Such a strategy must rely on a cultural experience and include expert knowledge of theoretical elements of crisis and development management, and the capability to understand the really comprehensive need of population and their historical and cultural roots in order to give effective answer to them and to promote peace, even the first phases of the intervention. Our historical time is characterized by different types of international crises. We face geopolitical crises, often affected by natural catastrophes, disaster, causing the so-called complex emergency. Furthermore, the global economic crisis complicates much more the situation, with a dramatic consequence in the relation between finance and economy, with provocation, poverty, underdevelopment, instability in many areas of the world, with consequent conflicts rooted in the interethnic, religious, and cultural division. In this context, I would like to underline the importance of the actors. Create a condition of control of all the social, economic, and cultural life of population and states. We need to create a condition of the future diplomats, young future functionaries of United Nations and the European Union, and all the states in the government, with open mind, with a heart, full commitment with peace and the promotion of human rights. What is the situation of the international actors? We have three levels of international actors now. We have states and governments. We have states with power, with big power, with few power, depends. But second level are the United Nations and the European Union, is comprehensive part of state and governments in the same time. But we cannot forget the influence, the control, or the most important power control of the lobbies of finance. This is a very, very important point. We need to consider that they control over the foreign policy of the state, the internal economy, and control of the exchange of the relation among states. This is also for European Union and Russia. We need to have clear the idea that we need a new, fresh, global, young, open relation with the two reality to create a condition of peace and mutual understanding. Also, there are some problems with the military forces. Our association, IZ, underline the importance of the umbrella of the United Nations. Every intervention in the crisis must be moderated, controlled, and coordinated by the United Nations. We know that there are many problems because United Nations sometimes are not present, they have internal discussion, the Security Council has quite sometimes problems of discussion, but in any case, we need the umbrella of United Nations. This is quite important to consider for the utilize military peace forces. Another point is the issues of the global ethic problem in the political aspect, in the international community. In the last new time, we need to underline the importance to have a political approach to the issues with a great importance giving to the ethics problem. Ethics in political approach is quite important. Ethics means defense human being, defense his dignity, defense his freedom and religion. The human being is not only something, I am medical doctor, some protoplastic, something only in something linked with without religion. Religion is part of our society, part of our life, and the European Union with its roots and Russia, they have quite important links in the Christianity, especially for the dialogue, respecting all the other religion, and all the other religion, as said Pope Francis, are engaged in peace. Develop dialogue, the real dialogue among the religion and states. But I remain this point, young generation must be taken in consideration. The university assume a special role to promote a culture of dialogue and solidarity starting from the young generation. And we need to change the academic programs, which much more vision. We cannot be only theoretical. We need to put the people on the floor, in the crisis, put in on every situation, and the students with a very good CV must be with open mind, more present in the dynamics of solution of crisis. Competent and comprehensive response require multidisciplinary approach. In every university cooperation program for peace, it is necessary to take in account that the objective of the action aiming to analyze the situation must take in account consideration cultural context in order to advance technical and cultural objective of cooperation. University can play a significant role in this new strategy if they build partnership with other relevant actors, include United Nations, diplomacy, and others. The university should not act as an elite program, far removed from real problems and challenges. On the contrary, university and the faculty should be engaged in the field and share their expertise and knowledge as well learn from the other actors. The traditional academic collaboration is distinct from the university cooperation for peace and development. And this is the strategy of IASE, European Association of International Studies. Understood as a strategy action aimed to build a more peaceful and developing society. In fact, university cooperation needs to manage and deal with the double problem of independence in order to face the challenges to which is called. From one side, he has to tackle the problem of research, didactic, operational service. From the other, it has a deal with the necessity to reconcile in technical scientific intervention that must be tolerant to the real demands of the local population who need become are gradually discovered as the project process. When we speak of university cooperation, we don't refer only the exchange of lecture and research, which usually to objective of the traditional academic collaboration. Although this kind of activity may be very useful, university cooperation implies more a general strategy based on both analysis and action of training and research in the field of cooperation among the academy and civil institutions, diplomats and international organizations, voluntary peace forces under the umbrella of United Nations, in order to provide support in both prevention and solution of the crisis, promoting future development. This is my speech, and in this pandemic situation is much more urgent that universities start to be more in line with this open mind. And we need to prepare future generation in the United Nations, in the European Union, in the governments, to take in consideration the responsibility for a better future. And this program, and thanks very much to the rector, to the other colleagues in St. Petersburg and everywhere they are listening, please understand that we need a very big change in the society, starting from the university programs. We need urgently to change for a better future. Thank you very much.
Спасибо большое, профессор Канева, за очень
Thank you very much, Professor Kaneva, for a very interesting and deep presentation. We also share that concern as an economic university in Russia, and we try really to make these changes because the present global situation requires it. Thank you very much. We'll leave some time for the questions at the end of our panel. Now I would like to invite Antonia Market, the General Secretary of IC. He will talk about the integration in the European Union and nationalism, EU integration process, and the end of the 20th century nationalism. Please.
Thank you. And of course, first of all, thank you to Director Maximovich for the invitation and for choosing so interesting topics to discuss. Transformation of identities. My intervention will be from an historical point of view because I am an historian of international relations. But of course, my experience as Secretary General of IC, it affected my intervention as well. What I want to stress is that the identities, European identities, both in Western and Eastern part, if we can still speak about this kind of division that it seems to me becoming more and more few and more subtle. As I say, the nationalism affected Europe much more in the past, but it is changing at the moment because it's a positive, in my opinion, there is a positive effect of the EU integration. What most part of the historians say is that everything started with the French Revolution. In my opinion, things are more closer to us, and what strongly affected what we still are thinking about when we have relation with other countries was stated especially during the war, after World War I, at the end of World War I, is in this period that the actual nationalist doctrine is shaped, and this affected the concept of European identity. First of all, a European is something related with the nation, or it was, better to say, something strongly related to a nationalist concept. Before, people were more considered a single unit, and this is what I think we have to acquire again in the present and in the future, to think to us as a single unit and not as a nationalist group that is opposed or have to speak with another nationalist group. In my opinion, there are three political opinions that were emblematic and that stress very much what we feel now. This happened at the end of World War I, as I say. The first one was the President Wilson 14 points. They were considered at that time a strong step, a new step in international relation era, but then they were issued at 8th of January 1918, and after 1 century they still are still a weight on our head. what is the main idea in this point? The idea is that can exist a right border, a border between the nation that have to clear be expressed, to clear be stated. I mentioned point 9 because it is about Italy, and at point 9 of 14 points of Wilson, he said a readjustment of the frontier of Italy should be effected along clearly recognizable lines of nationality. This idea, lines of nationality, is still strong in our mind. The idea that there is a line that separates one nationality, one person to another person, because they are different because of nationalities. So the nation is in this idea like a body, similar to a body. It can be encircled inside a borderline. And this at that time seems obviously natural. And the people, most part of the people lives inside a trench, and a trench is, it's how to say, a physical line, a physical division line. But this affected very much the interrelation relation and human relation during the fall of decades. Let's say that starting from World War I, really there were stated the borders between one nation and another's. All the things that we have to do every time, or we used to do because before COVID problem, before at the airports, when we cross a border with the train, with the car, is related with this idea, the lines of nationality. We have to bring our passport with us. We have to show our identity, that is a national identity, to another authority. So, in my opinion, 1 century it lost, but this idea is still strong. The idea that President Wilson stressed in 1918. A second group of ideas is related with the former president of Czechoslovakia, Edvard Beneš, the founder of Czechoslovakia. He wrote, even at the end of World War I, a book with a very symbolic title, Bohemia Against Austria-Hungary, the Freedom of Czechoslovak Republic. In this book, it's expressed again an idea of struggle between nationality. In the idea of Beneš, there should be nothing above a nation, nothing above a human group called a nation, and again, that a nation cannot tolerate or recognize a superior power. Inside of it, there is a subtle innuendo. It is possible that one nation oppress and tries to subjugate another one. And this idea, this view, that in my opinion is a little bit out of the reality. In this opinion, it can exist a wrong nation and a nation that is doing well. So there is a sort of comparison between the nation. There are nations that are accused to oppress the others, and so these are wrong nations. They have to put in a corner in the international community, and instead the nation that could be part of the international community. These affect very much the diplomats' dialogue. But again, this is still a strong idea, especially in between the media, we always, quite every day, we can stress judgment, we can stress opinion that follow this old idea of Professor Beneš, and again president of Czechoslovakia, a nation that it doesn't exist any longer by chance. The third idea, it's the idea expressed in Joseph Stalin, Marxism and National and Colonial Question. I think is a book that is very well known in Russia, but even in Europe. It's a sort of summarize of the idea of the socialist movement at that time, at the end of World War I. But still is a third pillar that it affects our idea about the nation. Stalin affirmed that a nation is primarily a community of people. This community is not racial nor is tribal. The modern Italian nation was formed from Romans, Teutons, Etruscans, Greeks, Arab, and so forth. Thus, a nation is not a racial or tribal, but historically constituted community of people. Well, I don't want to make an apology of Stalin, of course, but we cannot deny that the idea that he exposed in this short period that I quote is a different view of the nation, more related with the individual identity than with the national identity, global identity, and very different from his contemporaries. Wilson and Beneš ideas affected much more the thought in international relation at that time, and for the period, the following period. Of course, the idea of Stalin is stress on class identity. There is another kind of the identity. There's a class of class identity, and again, this is not a singular identity, but a personal identity, but is possibly identity of community. What Stalin said in effect was that it's what is is a community and not a nation. So when the European integration process started between 1951 and 1957, yes. So when it was founded, established the community, the European Economic Community, in effect, it was a reaction to Beneš and Wilson ideas and a very, very partial acceptance of socialist theories, as even Stalin exposed. The idea that have not to be any longer lines of nationality, borders, especially in Europe, and to think about nation at the same level. So the small Luxembourg have to have the same importance of a big and historical nation as France. They were together in a community, and it was like the idea that the borders were outside this group and not inside this group of countries that formed the base of the European community. Another idea that started to be expressed, that is still, in my opinion, the strong force of the European Union, is that what is important is the cooperation between different nations against competition between different kind of nationalism. And as I say, this is the main foundation on which the European project was built. Even during the recent talk about the Recovery Fund, the Chancellor of Germany, Chancellor Merkel, repeatedly stressed to German media that we need to help a nation that have some difficulties as Italy, because their economy, Italian economy, is so integrated with us, is so integrated with German economy, and that crisis will be affected even us if we don't help a country like Italy. But we don't know if this will be held in the next month. We don't know at the moment. The things are changing a little bit. But this new glue that is at the base of European Union is based essentially of an economic stimulus. The base of or European Union is based on an economic stimulus. So it was very important the words of my friend and my president, Professor Caneva, that we should go a little bit farther than of economic talks, economic integration, and to think to integrate something else on with the new and moral pillars. Why? Because on one end, the EU is facing an economic crisis in the coming years. We have not to be deluded about it. The next years will be difficult from an economic point of view, and because European Union is based on it, all these architecture can be in trouble. So, and on the other hand, the principle that now we consider as basic principle of the European Union are a little bit fragile. They were stated on this common principle stated and considered as universal. Sometimes was issued thanks to a narrow majority of votes in the European Parliament, and we can't consider that this can be strong and describe between to be or not to be member of this community. It's a sort of new line of encirclement, like the one of President Wilson. But we have to recognize that the identity of European citizen, the members of EU, at the moment is no longer what as it became established since World War I. The new European identity was built up in almost in the last 70 years, and it was built on thanks to the integration process. If the integration process will be in danger anyway, all these things can go back to the past. I don't think that that is still a strong identity, European identity, that it was built in this year. This identity should be again enforced in some way. Paradoxically, the center of the reflection in the next year should also be based on the Marxist thesis of the 19th century. What Stalin said is is not really, in some ways, true. A nation is primarily a community of people, a community that is not racial and not tribal. In my opinion, this is a point that we have to consider. But we have to consider the ideas of another great man of a great man of the last century, Saint John Paul II, Pope John Paul II. He issued an important document that at the moment is a little bit forget, the Apostolic Letter Orientale Lumen, the light from the East. The light from the East, he said, has always illuminated the west part of European continent as well. And since we believe that Eastern European culture is an integral part of the heritage of all European culture, it is necessary for Western Europeans to know and to study it. And to conclude my intervention, I should say that the same thing should be done in the eastern part of Europe. Thank you for the attention.
Спасибо, профессор Маки, за очень такой глубокий исторический ракурс.
Thank you very much. That was a very deep historical perception, and you are quite right that we should work together, Europe, Russia, East and West, and well, of course, we should rely on the great experience or joint experience that has been gained by our predecessors. Thank you so very much. Allow me to give the floor now to a well-known person, author of a system of moral leadership, Alex Howard, who often comes to our university. Alex, you're welcome. The floor is yours. Igor Anatolievich, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very well familiar with Massimo. We're friends, and I've known you for 25 years by now, almost 25 years, and I'm very happy that I can see you here on the screen, and I was listening to a presentation together with the rector. I will speak Russian because today we're in Russia, at least physically, and so I will speak the language of the Russians, although everyone knows that I'm French. But I have not been to Paris for quite a long, and I'm not physically I cannot go to Paris these days. So my topic is Europe and Russia. And I have Russian roots and origins. My grandfather and grandmother are from Russia. I love Russia. I'm very well familiar with Russian culture, lived in Finland for many years. And, I have been living in Russia for 15 years by now. And this inevitably makes me think about the fortune of Russia, Europe, European Union. I lived in Strasbourg. I started with a career of a lawyer in Strasbourg about 30 years ago, and it was the center of the Council of Europe. And well, of course, I saw a lot there, and then I saw a lot in Russia, and then there was that history of the beginning of the 21st century, the disintegration of the Soviet Union, now disintegration of the European Union. Now, when I think about Europe and Russia, I will take 15 minutes of your time. So first of all, examined and researched the history of the European Union. And I can say that the founders of the European Union, Kasperi, Schumann, Comrade Adenauer, they were people with deep belief, Christian belief and faith. They knew what they wanted to create. Those were people who suffered a lot. We all remember that all the three were imprisoned by the Nazi, and that was a very difficult time for them. They suffered, and they knew that something new was to be created. And they were strong individuals. They were great individuals. And so it's what's needed now. When we speak about the European Union, we're talking about something different these days. What we can see today in the European Union, that's not what they had created. They always had an understanding that they probably would have had a different, they would not have recognized the European Union had they been back to Europe these days. So they did not want to have war. They understand democracy is, and something that it's impossible to live without. That was very important. Then what happened then? What happened later? That is the history of our continent. We can see that at the end of the 1960s, and starting with a period of time after the Second World War, Marxism and the sexual revolution, everything permitted and everything allowed principle provoked a new situation. And in the structures of the European Union, there appeared very different people, very different people. So when you know history and geography of these countries well enough, and you know the geography and the history of those people who are within the power structures of European Union at the beginning of the 70s, in the 1980s, you can see that these were very different people, that they had practically nothing in common. That's quite interesting. You can see that Gastrid, Adenauer, and Schumann, they had European way of thinking. And what is the European way of thinking? I often think about that. This we need to define it. We're saying that the founders were true Europeans, and why can we say that those who are today within the structures of the European Union are not Europeans? They're different. Well, of course, I examined that, and I'm sorry for saying all of that, but I've been in Finland for so many years, and that's very often referring to that custom of theirs. So I wanted to say that when you look at what happened, and when you can see that these people are not Europeans, and the European Union, unfortunately, has no right to be called the European Union, because there is a union from the technical point of view, but there is no Europe. There is no Europe, indeed. Europe has three sources, so to speak. The first source is the ancient Greek philosophy, the idea of transcendency, the idea that there are issues, there are matters, there are realities that are above human beings, and we should be under those, we should follow them. A human being is not the center of the universe. We can understand those values that go beyond our the consciousness, and this is the main idea of the Greeks. And beyond, there are certain values, there are certain realities that need to be understood by us properly. Now, we understand and we can see it that this is being denied, completely denied, and this system, the idea of subjectivism is in the focus. The human being is the utmost value, and everything else is the product of his mind. And so it's that is the first source of the European cultures, the understanding of the fact that it's necessary to perceive the high things, the lofty things that go beyond our way of thinking, beyond our conscious. And the realism of the Greek philosophy. That was the philosophical route. And then for the Romans, and here Massimo understands what I'm talking about here because he lives in Rome. For the Romans, the law, the right, is id quod justum est. The right and law is something that is fair and just. So what is not fair is not the right and law. For a European politician, we can see that law is just a law, nothing but that. So there is the Western person nowadays does not have a notion that the law is not just necessarily a legal act, but this is something that goes beyond that. There is the higher level of justice and fairness.
Most likely not a law, but it is illegal. In ancient Romans, there was understanding of the fact that there should be a relation between the law and justice. In Russian, we would say between the law and those who are right. For a modern person, the law doesn't contain any values. The law is just what you should follow, that is positive law. And people who think in that way, and I think that people are far away from the European culture. And the second source in Europe is the right as to what is justice, but that is never existing now. The third source is Christianity, of course. That is an idea of the embodiment of God, the humanism ideas about God, and this idea is based on the following that the person is developing as a creation of God. It is interesting to speak about it because in 20,000, Regis Kandastan that died 3 days ago, that was a politician, Valéry Giscard d'Estaing. He was the president of France. He died at 94. Please mind that this person, when in 20,000 there was an idea of adopting the constitution for the European Union, and the preamble of that constitution stated that there is a Christian heritage in Europe. He was opposing, he was against, and eventually the French government said that that source of European consciousness should be removed from the Europeans. They said that Christianity didn't play any role in the history of the European thinking. Of course, it is absurd. All of us understand that this is ideology and this is the catastrophe. This is the catastrophe because now, when you think about Europe, you think what it is, because there is no Europe now. So now we're speaking about the relations between Europe and Russia, specifically about the European Union and Russia. And I think when I'm looking at the history, of course it's a pity, but I think that the European Union is not a European Union, but that is just a union. That's not what the founders of it wanted to create. And it's a pity that it happened this way, but that is our history, and this is the situation in which we live now. But now we think about Russia. I understand that we had 70 years of communism in Russia, and communism is not quite different from liberalism. There is a common form that is a project of enlightenment, naturalism, and no faith in God, materialism. These are general sources. Communists and liberals are quite similar to each other, and they can quite calmly develop in any of these two cultures, because this is just one culture and one project, a single understanding, one understanding of a person. Naturalism, no belief in God, and materialism. So now Russia So that's not a problem. That is what is good in Russia. Russia is higher. It is above it. And that is a very important time for Russia, because Russia, it is above it, and it has to determine, it has to think which way are we going to proceed now. We can abandon that project of enlightenment, but we need to create something new. That is my dream. Probably someone will say, well, Alex, you're a dreamer. Probably, but I want to dream, and I want to dream bravely and courageously. I think it is possible. But now I believe, my friends, that Russia spiritually is a century ahead of the Western countries, because the West now, unfortunately, is entering a tunnel. They're entering a tunnel. And it seems that Russia has already left that tunnel, and Russia has to determine itself. Now, I won't say that it has already determined itself. I understand that people are free, and each country and each person is responsible for what he or she is doing, and we don't know what Russia will do in the future. There is freedom of people, freedom of actions, and freedom of thinking. I'm not a prophet. I cannot say what will happen in future. I'm just saying, since Russia has just went out of it, she must think about the thing that they want to go back. And in the West, they want to end it now. Russia has responsibility because it was in the place where the West is coming now. So my hope is that Russia will be able to formulate its word, to speak up, so that Europe would again become Europe. That's the thing. Europe has to become Europe. It can become Europe again. I don't want to just drop my hands and think that the founders of European Union, which they have created it, that it has already been destroyed and only technical research remains. I think not. That is not the case. I think that is not the end. I believe that this is just the beginning. This is just the start. I have read the biography of Schumann. He didn't want to write his biography, but others wrote his biography. And Schumann, with love, was looking at Russia. Degaste was looking at Russia with love. These were the people who hated communism. They were Christians. They saw that people didn't believe in God, but they were loved Russia. Even Jean Monnet, do you remember? He was the architect of the European Union. Most likely he is not a Christian. Among the four, he was not a Christian, though his sister was a well-known Catholic activist in France. She is a woman, even participated in the process of the Second Vatican Cathedral. She was a well-known person, but Jean Monnet himself most likely was agnostic. He had a Christian education, of course. He respected very much Roger Schumann for he envied Schumann because he was a believer, and Manet couldn't be like that. Manet always said that Russia is not necessarily Asia. Russia is not necessarily Asia, but he understood something about Russia. He wanted to say that Russia most likely has to become a part of that process, become a part of the process. The most interesting for us, Manet Schumann, these were not only the people, these were the people with deep Christian roots. These were real Europeans. And all these three persons were looking at Russia with great hope, even when there was communism. Immediately after the Second World War, there was communism, but they still were looking at with hope. Now, those who are at the power of the European Union hate Russia because they loved the Soviet Union. These are the same people, the people of my youth, and the people of my youth loved the Soviet Union. They praised the Soviet Union. They were Trotskyists, Maoists, communists. Now they hate Russia, really hate it, as they loved the Soviet Union. And it is clear there is a certain logic in it. These are the same people. These are liberals, communists, and that's the same phenomenon. People often ask, how is it possible the person who loved the Soviet Union is hating the Russians? But it is clear because the Soviet Union and Russia are different things. The Soviet Union, was communist. That is the end of my presentation. I wanted to tell you that there is a certain logic, a fantastic logic. If you look from different viewpoints at what is happening in Europe and what happened in Russia during these years, you understand that there is a logic. And you just have to call the things by their names. Europe, what is Europe? The European Union, is it just a union or a real European Union? And we have to talk about it. We have to shout and to cry out. I think that will disclose the present Russia. We have to remind the Europeans that there is Europe and that Europe exists. Thank you. Thank you very much, Alex, for your deep presentation. I share your viewpoint and I understand that there are deep changes both in Europe and in Russia. And we want everyone to understand it, that our history is a common history. We are Christians and we have come with a great mission to this planet and we have to work together. When they think that Russia is larger than Asia, there were some attempts to move Russia to Asia to China. I think that is also a mistake. We have to bring back the communication, the trust that always existed during many centuries between Russia and Europe. We have common values, similar values. We understand that it is important that the young generation would maintain and share these values. Thank you very much. Now I would like to give the floor to our young colleague, Gabriela Marcella. She is rather young, but the experience which she has accumulated, the activity and the energy and the wish to make the world better and more just is worth of appraisal. She is president of very organization, Impact Innovation Alliance, Academic Diplomacy 4.0. Please, Gabriela, you take the floor. Thank you very much, Igor Anatольевич. If you allow, I will make my presentation in English, because my presentation is also in English. It will make life easier for the interpreters. Can you see my screen?
Отлично. Again, thank you so much for the invitation. It's really a true pleasure to be among the speakers of this 2020 edition. And today I'm going to be talking about the impact innovation as a catalyst for identity transformation in the digital era. My name is Gabriela Marcella, and as Rector Maximtsev said, I'm presiding the international organization called Series Global Academic Diplomacy and the Impact Innovation Alliance. So within Series Global, just a second of focus on what we do. We are actually focusing on the implementation of the UN Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development, specifically the SDG 4 on quality education. And we do that by bridging the gap between the sectors of science, education, and innovation, and therefore also working to dissolve the barriers among universities, government, and businesses, so that academic research outcomes can be translated into real-world applications, and again via transfer technology processes, and therefore become more practical rather than just theoretical. So before I dive into the specifics of the of today's presentation that I've prepared, I do acknowledge that identities, human identities, are complex to study. So cities differ from one another, so let alone countries and continents on their own. So there is definitely too little research and unbiased surveys at this stage that could eventually give a better understanding of where the European Union and Europe as such and Russia stand as well. So today my focus is going to be on impact innovation, and the identity are transformed based on many factors. So from economic to social, cultural, political, historical factors, as we've seen also from previous speakers. And the overall, let's say, presentation is going to be focused on, let's say, a part of all those factors, which is the digital economy and the impact innovation part of it all. So let me start by just a very, very short introduction of the concept of digital economy that refers to an economy that every one of us is in and knows very well, which is based on digital technologies. It's also called Internet economy, new economy, web economy, and so on. The term was coined by Tapscott in a very interesting book published in 1995 that I definitely recommend reading, on the digital economy promise and perils in the age of networked intelligence. So the key characteristics and the background of what we're going to dive into later are based on these premises, that the digital economy is part of a bigger picture where knowledge, digitation, virtualization, molecularization, integration, disintermediation, convergence, innovation, presumption, immediacy, globalization, and discordance are all part of the big picture. Eventually, we'll have time, we can definitely dive into all of them, but definitely they're very, very also simple. In terms of if someone actually gets an example for every one of these characteristics, and it's pretty interesting to see how all of this works nowadays. So when it comes to the world 4.0 that we are living today, to understand actually where do we stand, we need to also understand the trends in the technological field, because we have from a breakthrough moment of artificial intelligence and machine learning, including machine co-creativity and augmented design, to IoT, big data, obviously a lot of digital platforms, deployment of 5G, digital twins, blockchain technology, and many, many others that you see here on this slide. Eventually, if someone wants to be more interactive with me, I will be very happy to do so. So in case if you already know some of these or work in these fields, of these technological fields, would be very, very great to have that written in the chat. And so when it comes to the most innovative economies today, we see that Europe and Russia are a big part of the, let's say, innovative pie in the world. but the idea of what actually makes an economy innovative, what are the premises for an economy to be innovative, where do actually businesses go, and how do businesses even co-create a new reality of tomorrow and obviously today. So it's obvious that connectivity, human capital, use of internet, integration of digital technology, digital public services, as well as the judicial part of the overall business litigation is a huge part of the success of different countries. The European Union is, let's say, considered for most of its part innovative. So here you see that more than 50% of the European countries are innovative. So there are those countries that are considered more and those who still need to catch up with all of these indexes, but we're definitely going towards there. Unfortunately, the progress is a little bit slower than that expected, but that's also the reason why perhaps giving a couple of numbers is also a good starting point to understand what actually constitutes today's, let's say, day-to-day youth let's say, engagement on the internet and in general the business that we do today. So what we see here is that 83% today of Europeans surf the internet at least once per week, while 11% of the EU population have never been online. So that's an interesting number, simply because it definitely eventually today's youth does not think that no one has ever been online. So that's definitely something that is still to be worked on. The digital skills today are also rising, although as you see, 85% of the overall citizens in the EU used internet, also prior to this crisis that we have today, and 58% possessed at least some basic digital skills. Then what we've seen also within the European Union is that targeted investments by specific countries that actually acknowledged and implemented robust digital policies gave significant impact on their performance. And we see that Spain, for example, was very good in the deployment of ultra-fast broadband, Cyprus in the broadband connectivity, Ireland in the digitalization of businesses, and Latvia and Lithuania in digital public services. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time here. Definitely the growing connectivity still needs to be worked on, and this is definitely where we see a boost of investments coming. The e-commerce is growing slowly, and what is really an interesting point is that the participation of women in the digital economy is very high in Finland, Sweden, Luxembourg, and Denmark. So when it comes to impact innovation, so this was like just a very, very short overview of the current situation to actually dive into where do we go from now on. So innovation as such does mean that a company or in any case an innovator comes up with a better solution, new ideas and requirements, and produces more efficient products and services. But what happens if we add the impact to the innovation? We bring noticeable effects to the quality of life and what I've written here, the happiness index, that therefore promotes a productive and inclusive economic growth. So from a business perspective, we see today not only small and medium enterprises and startups, but also big enterprises are starting to understand the value of having fair prices. And therefore, the idea of not excluding because of the price is someone that is seen now as a positive effect. Therefore, this can be again implemented by building scalable solutions. So what we see is that today we scale big and fast by again maximizing the scalability and the impact, and not the quantity, not the margins basically of the profits. And therefore this also means that the business models need to be profitable, but they obviously are differentiated for each country and eventually even each community. So how to build impact innovation business models, this is something that is not a new concept, but definitely is coming up with more implementation within the innovation industry. So we need to have, again, user-centric models that are supportive, eco-green, inclusive, open and transparent, and obviously efficient. All of this, as also Professor Massimo Caneva was mentioning before, is encompassing the Sustainable Development Goals. So there are many goals that one institution can also encompass and definitely support. And therefore, this is an extremely important point that everyone across the different sectors, from academia to private and public sectors, actually acknowledge the existence of these goals and the role that they could have to actually start implementing on a more capital level some of these goals. Leave no one behind is like let's say a phrase that the UN committees is used very, very often. I generally reply, what else? What else can you do? You definitely shouldn't leave no one behind, but it's good that in any case, right now, the maturity of this kind of thinking is coming up, and therefore the identities of the leaders are changing by the generational change that we see as well. So the benefits for this type of thinking is that it's not only sustainable, so therefore it's improving image and competitive, it has a competitive advantage, it's increasing productivity, it's reducing costs, and it makes a venture attractive on the markets and in front of investors or partners. It has a positive impact. So my question and let's say a soft provocation to our partners is always, why wait for something good to happen when we can start doing it right now? And obviously what was already also mentioned before my talk is definitely the shared vision. So the shareable consciousness that needs to be leading to a better future, and that therefore can create infinitive partnerships. The role of partnerships is really crucial, and the youth, their identities is extremely important. It's definitely how to say. It's a mix between all the factors that are coming from the academic sector, from the public and the private sector. So the role of having a cohesive partnership model for all of these sectors is key. And simply because the Europe that we see yesterday, so almost more than 10 years ago, is a successful Europe that has almost 30% of the regional shares of world GDP. And here we also see the Russian Federation with the 2%. And this type of report that is called Nobody Cares, 2050 Nobody Cares, is really interesting because it shows that in the Europe of tomorrow, so in 2050, if nobody will care about this type of goals and this type of partnerships and this type of thinking, we'll basically have a European Union that will have a half of its regional shares of world GDP basically coming to 15%. So that's definitely some food for thought on this. And within the Impact Innovation Alliance, we also are precursors of the opposition on impact innovation that is now being held as a blueprint for the conference on the future of Europe. And this is a process of 2 years that Europe is going to go through. And with respect to this, we are mainly right now in contact with the Austrian government, where we really are trying to get through the message that today we must start changing something, not only within the innovation ecosystems, but also in the mindsets and how we act towards the current challenges that we see today. So the 2030 agenda is obviously the first goal that is just in 10 years. So it's just the first step towards that. But what happens next? We need to invest in impact-driven deep tech made in Europe. And we want to see a Europe as a leader of clean tech, impact-driven deep tech innovations and social entrepreneurship. And when we say Europe, we do include Russia as well into this type of thinking, and we do also think that every single country needs to think in these terms of a couple of decades from now on, where do we want to go, who to engage, and how to move forward. And last but not least, I'll just give a very quick update on, let's say, what we see as identity transformation in the digital era. We have many factors that I just mentioned here. So it's from virtual identity that we have today, the trust, the equality, and the transparency factors that are very, very highly regarded within the youth, but not only. And here we talk about communities that are built around the eco-civilization initiative. So the social responsibility in general is higher in the generations that were born starting from the 2000s. And innovative transparent ecosystems means that there is a low margin for error, given that there are basic ground rules of engagement within online communities, and that's definitely something that is not accepted in case if, let's say, someone is stepping out of these rules. Intergenerational versus intergenerational mobility across the labor market is something that we are seeing changing, not only in the leaders of today, but also in generally in the private sector as well. So we have leaders that eventually were coming from a working class, and that's also one of the role models that today basically youth is seeing as a hope for the future. The crucial role again of educators, and here we can even start thinking from the kindergarten, schools, universities, and research centers, is really crucial, because the theory must come with practice, must come with soft skills, it must come with professional skills. So what we really aspire to create is that urgency of every school to have a legacy and to be the hub for inspiration and creativity for those students that are in those institutions. Business leaders have an enormous impact, of course, after the student leaves the overall studies, and having a self-determined, result-driven mindset of this is definitely very, very important. And obviously policymakers, so transparency and accountability are key. So how to reflect again today's modern convergence in aspirations, ambitions, values, and attitudes that drive talented workforce and related strategies forward. So today, what we see is that, again, we are moving from a competition to a cooperation model, from hierarchies to networks and communities, and therefore claiming that millennials are millennials wherever they are in the world is almost as saying that the customers are customers no matter what the product is. So definitely more service and research efforts are needed here. And here is just a very quick generational difference in terms of communication and feedback needs, working styles, motivation and priorities, work values and expectations from the traditionalists, so born before 1946, to the Generation Z, so from 2010. And we definitely see a shift in the thinking and way of working and how things are perceived politically, socially, economically. And there's definitely a lot of work to be done. And again, this is definitely not I wouldn't say that this is accurate 100% for absolutely every country, because again, every country is different, even every community within those countries are different. So I really appeal to have more research, especially when it comes to this type of research, to actually understand what is the difference in thinking between different generations. And a very quick virtual, let's say, community shift here that gives us the understanding that the rapid diffusion of information technologies is also making a very huge impact on the aspects of our communication, social interactions, and obviously the ways we again relate to one another from a macro and micro level. And I'll just end with a call for action. So where I would really love to see the science diplomacy in general be more regarded as crucial also within the different sectors, simply because it can build trust by offering a long-term vision to lessen the divide among peoples and build greater trust between nations. And quality education is an imperative at this stage where we do want to build also sustainable lifestyles that go with it, and the mindset that strong partnerships and global or local even commitments are the way to go. The support to innovators is also crucial, especially those who come also from the academic sector. So whether it's going to be an encouragement and support to the very best researchers and innovators around the world by, again, supporting them with transfer technology processes to actually make that theory come into practice through many different challenges that can be organized. And that's definitely one of the key aspects of what we are also working today. And what do we aim for is simply to tackle the challenges of our time by building inclusive products and services with higher inclusion and accessibility to actually increase the equality and solve the challenges of our time. We do want to have a made in Europe, let's say, kind of spirit, so where we are inspired by the European values of solidarity and self-determination. We do want to build a decentralized impact valley that could connect remote hubs all over Europe. And again, when I say Europe, we do include Russia in this as well, because we do think that stronger together is the way to go, and that we can definitely make impact globally in case if we scale by actually having these type of factors in mind. I'll be very quick in just showing what we've done during this lockdown and what an online community of innovators and again, academic, business and public partnerships can do. And what you see here is the first open source ventilator that was built in Austria, in Linz. We had a lot of media press when it comes to this. And this is just really one of the examples of what can be done in terms of seizing the opportunity and tackling actually a concrete challenge that we see, for example, today during the COVID pandemic, and make it an opportunity not only for the youth, but also for everyone engaged. And thank you again so much. I will end here my presentation. I do think that all of this can make our identity stronger, and we do see that we have very strong leaders that have a very clear identity where their identity is of being a leader and actually inspiring everyone else. So again, thank you so much, and I really hope for a very interesting conversation ahead.
Габриэла, спасибо огромнейшее за очень интересный анализ. Спасибо, что поколение, которое вы
Gabriela,
представляете.
thank you for the analysis. The generation that you represent is thinking of the future, relying on the experience of the earlier generations. Thank you so very much, and we wish you great success. And thank you very much for your most interesting presentation. Allow me to give the floor now to Johann Günther, professor of the University Krems-on-Danube from Austria. He will speak about relations between Russia and Europe. This is going to be the final presentation of the session this afternoon, of this particular session. Günther, the floor is yours.
Yes. So you can hear me. Hello?
Yes, yes, we hear
Yes. Okay, good. So I speak about relation between Russia and Europe. And if you allow me, I would like to start with three very personal comments. The first one is, after Second World War, Austria was divided in 4 zones: American, French, English, and Soviet. And I was born in the Soviet zone. In the first class of basic school, I had to learn Russian, which I never practiced after this. Second personal comment is, in the year 2000, I met a professor in St. Petersburg at the University for Telecommunication. And he told me that he went to school in my Austrian hometown. His father was the city commander at that time. And in 1964, my school class went on an excursion to Moscow and Leningrad with the Austrian Soviet Society. And in 1990, as a manager in Alcatel, I was founding Alcatel Russia in St. Petersburg. In 1995, I became a professorship at the State University for Telecommunications, which is my subject. And the Russian embassy in Vienna says that I have been more than 100 times in St. Petersburg. Thanks to the computer, they can check. They can check this. So now to the subject itself. It's an outside view of this subject, how a European like me can see this, and I try to be very fact-oriented. I think this question was raised already several times. Geographically, Russia is the largest country in Europe in terms of area, and Europe itself is smaller than Russia. I think we should see this relation as well. In population, it also would be the biggest one, as you can see on this graph. And when Russia would be really integrated in, let's say, European Union, it would be far the biggest one. So is Russia part of Europe? Geographically, it's just small parties in Europe. When we see it from the population, it's the big thing. And the largest cities in Europe are Russian cities. So, and one of the colleagues mentioned already that Europe is more than European Union, because Europe is 46 countries and the European Union is 26. And Russia is not fully integrated. And when I say what the former vice chancellor of my country said, Erhard Busek, Russia needs European Union and European Union needs Russia. One, Antonio mentioned this, the value, what is a nation nowadays? Then I would say, nowadays, networks are more important than nations. So people are not anymore members of societies, they are members of networks, and borders today are less important for the younger generation, what the colleague before also mentioned. That Russia is, from a historical view, European way of thinking. There are several steps. So Tsar Peter the Great, Katharina the Great, she was the German, and only 1917 the communism leads to a political diversion. And also I would say from the religious, it was a strong divide between Orthodox and Roman Catholics or Protestants. Then Gorbachev and Perestroika ended the Cold War, and Alexander Braunow said, our difference, I mean Russia, to Western countries are not greater than those between Finland and Portugal, or Hungary and Ireland, or name it as you like. Europe as a continent ever exists. Countries are changing, but the continent is always the same. And from a geographical point, we say that our globe has 6 continents. I think I don't name it, you know it. And some geographers don't see 6 continents, they see just 3 continents. America, Africa, and Eurasia. From this perspective, there would be no discussion, is Russia Europe or is it Asia or however you name it. The cultural view of Russia, from my point of view, I don't name all of this, but this is European way of thinking. If we speak about literature, music, painting, or whatever it is. And now some steps about the political relation. We should not forget in 1994, a partnership cooperation agreement between European Union and Russia was signed. And this had many subjects for partnership in areas from trade down to security, which is nowadays very important. Then in 2012, Russia joined the World Trade Organization. In 2003, there was a summit in St. Petersburg where the 4 common rules were defined: economy, freedom, security and law, external security, and research, education, and culture. Also a sub-agreement with the northern countries and a partnership for modernization and to make it easier to get visa for traveling. And then it was an interruption in 2014 after the annexion of Crimea. And there are sanctions from both sides. I will come back to this with an economic view. But I also named a positive thing in 2015, with the help of Russia, the nuclear deal with Iran could have been signed. So Russia and Europe, the relation 30 years ago, values were the focus of the dialogue. And this had a long discussion, and but the European Parliament, the European Union Russian Parliamentary Cooperation Committee is still active. I think that's very important to say from a political point, which was set up many years ago, is still valid. We are here at the University of Economy. That means economy is an important thing. And I think this graph says everything. You see the export from European Union to Russia and the export from Russia to European Union. So that means all this embargo and what was politically made had on this no impact. So especially for the European Union side, because they are the smaller part of the business. They have more need from Russia as Russia has need from Europe. So Russia is still number 4 in trading and investment, European Union. And Russia is the main supplier for energy sources. So natural gas is transported to Europe since the 70s. I have some more details which you will get on later on in the handouts. And you also see the trading within Russia. The embargo had not this impact what maybe the politicians thought about. And here you see the balance with Russia from the European Union side, that this was always in negative. So the winner was Russia and not Europe. And in the handout, I also give you, based on countries, that you can see how the relation between European Union and Russia is country per country. By the way, the globalization, yesterday was published, the new global connectedness index from the New York Stern University. And this says that the COVID-19, the pandemic we live at this moment, has not a real impact on globalization. Because sometimes we have the feeling now globalization is changing to more nationalistic way of thinking, but the index say that especially the goods, money, data had no impact, COVID had no impact on this. So that's also quite of interest in this respect. So when we look in the future, we must say that there are changes in the world industry and they need adaptation. I took out just one example, and this is the steel production between 1986 and 2019. So you see in Europe, it was dramatically reduced. China was dramatically increased, the steel production, and the same in America. And that means we have a huge change in the last decade, which we have to take in consideration. Here I give you some impacts from a research which was done by a German institute, and which say the opinion of German and Russian citizens. Does Russia belong to Europe? And you see, there is no difference between Germans and Russians in this way how they see the situation. When we see the opinion of German and Russian citizens about the political opinion on European policy, then it's vice versa. That means what the Russian find on the Russian side good and the European and the German find on the other side good. But what is very important, Russia and the European Union should get closer politically important or very important for Germans and for Russians. So these are the normal people, not the politicians, the people on the street, and they say, and they wish that this should be a closer cooperation. There are some positive and negative. I give a few from Europe. So Europe see a lack of spirituality, merchant spirit, political weakness, and Russia protected Europe. When we see by history, by the Mongolian storm, from Napoleon, Hitler, and so on. One word to the common European house. It was a Gorbachev statement. And it should bring together conservatives, liberal, Christian Democrats, and socialists to a common goal. Bring together European states and nations for an international community. So this idea exists since 1945. And President Putin, in a speech in front of the German parliament in 2001, spoke about a united Europe. So it's still active today. And when you allow me, as a small and not important university teacher, I have some ideas about reorientation. The peace process in Europe without Russia is not possible. The reason is different from historical down to political. Furthermore, Russia became more and more an international peacemaker, as we have seen in the last 10 years. Another reorientation from my side is to recall the 70s and 80s of last century. This is a positive cooperation relation on which we could be built. A peacekeeping in Europe, security, and partnership. No further expansion of NATO towards the Russian border. So I'm a small teacher to say something, but it's a wish. End of sanctions, because we have learned that both parties are losers. End of provocative NATO maneuvers on the Russian border. So expansion of economic relationships, so provide jobs, securities, is a win-win-win situation for both. Further develop cooperation between the European Union and the Euro-Asian Economic Area, ecological climate partnership. We know that the global warming of our globe needs to work together. A reorientation could be also when we do something stronger social cooperation, churches, unions, sport, whatever it is, and a transition to defensive military system. Russia and Europe, a reorganization means structures for reorientation are available, from the Petersburg dialogue, down twinning, West-East societies, etc., etc. So to the end, I would say the world leadership of the United States is maybe already taken over by China. Europe is preliminarily concerned with itself, as Alex said before as well, and Russia's position must be redefined. Eurasia turning to China. China and Russia have a defensive technology. Russia and China have a prevent major wars. Or Europe and Russia as a strong country on continent. So, and I would say the hindering thing for the, or the main difference between these two positions is that China's strategy for foreign politics is no influence on internals of other countries. And also China don't like influence from other countries to their internal politics. And the European Union wants to have common values. And this is a real differentiation, and we will see in the next year how this works, because this is also already an internal problem in European Union. So should countries get money from European Union when they follow strictly the values, or is it an economic association? So this is the open question, but this, from in my opinion, for Russia is a positive effect, because they are between two good opportunities, and they could be the bridge also between this. But the world has changed, and it will bring a reorientation which gets a big chance for the future. So thank you very much. So it looks like that I have taken the break, but due to the virtual conference, there is anyway no coffee. So thank you very much.
Профессор Гюнтер, спасибо вам огромнейшее за
very much, Professor Günther, for a good analytical presentation. We share the same opinion that we have to work jointly, and global economy depends on, in many respects, on the Russian-European context. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Do you have any questions or comments? Because otherwise we'll go beyond the scope our presentations, and I would like to thank the interpreters for interpreting us. So we'll sum up the results. If there are any questions, Mayor, thank you very much. I would like to thank all the speakers.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Shall we make a screenshot so that we'll see everyone on the screen? Thank you very much.
Thank you
for your very interesting presentations. In answer to Massimo and his first presentation, I would like to say that today, this is the fourth day of the conference. During the first 2 days, the students made 30 presentations of their team. They carefully studied the processes in Europe, including Italy. There was one presentation on the identity of Italy, crisis, intellectual culturalism in France, in Nordic states, and Germany. So our students show to their maturity and the careful attitude to the processes in Europe. That was just my addition. We're doing everything for our students. And the students are included into the conference. They are not passive listeners, they are active researchers. This time, as during our previous meeting, we didn't manage to organize it jointly with the Italian students, but I think that in future we'll have this possibility. Thank you very much.
Grazie, thank you very much to all the participants, to the rector, to the organizer. Has been great, great like Rome and great like St. Petersburg and Moscow. All is great because Europe is part of Russia, Russia is part of Europe. So I am very, very happy of this meeting. It's quite important to continue in this way. Thank you very much.
Да, и я надеюсь, что вы в следующей секции тоже примете
And I
участие.
hope that you'll also take part in the next section. That will be also an English-speaking section. There will be some experts from Europe as well. Thank you very much.
I don't understand the language. I'm sorry, but thank you very much. What you said.
I would like to invite you in the next section because additional European expert will participate in it.
I am problem. I need to go away because I have other issues. Sorry, but thanks very much for the invitation. For the next time.
Okay.
Okay.
John Guten.
Okay, thank you. Хорошо.
See you in Rome, Massimo, next time.
Дорогие друзья,
with Igor.
дорогие друзья, спасибо за очень интересные ваши.
Thank you. Thank you. We were happy to see you, and I would like to wish all of you great health. We'll definitely meet many times in St. Petersburg, Moscow, in Rome, and in many other cities of our beautiful planet. And we'll do everything possible to make it even more beautiful, and so that its economy is working for the citizens of all citizens of our countries. Thank you very much. We're rounding up this session. I would like to thank the organizers, the interpreters. Thanks to the interpreters, we're able to understand each other and to communicate properly. Thank you very much. I would like to congratulate our European friends with the coming Christmas. Time runs very fast and Christmas is coming very soon. Well, of course, we're meeting Christmas a bit later. Well, all the best to you. We meet again. Thank you. Thank you.
Today, we finish the whole conference and finish the session number 7. We start session number 7, and the topic of it is transformation of identities in modern Europe. So it's something what is interesting for, I think, everyone and people who operate not only in academia, but also in different sectors of economics, because changes in minds, changes in thoughts of European means changing in many, many markets. And the first speaker in our session is Angela Bournet, Associate Professor of Roskilde University from Denmark. And the topic of it is populism and identities in Europe. So Angela, I'm giving you the floor or passing you the mic. So could you join and start?
Unfortunately, Angela is not able to participate today.
So there are some unexpected reasons. So, and Carla is in contact, yeah?
Да что ж такое?
So, okay, Carla, I see you. So it means that you are ready to start. Carla, let me pass you the floor or the mic. Carlos Spagnolo, professor from University of Bari, Aldemoro, Italy, and European boundaries and European memories in the early 21st centuries. Something that is really interesting to listen and to know your vision on these events in the start of 29th century. Okay, you can share your screen, so please do it.
Okay, thank you. Can you listen? Can you listen me? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
okay.
It's great.
Is it clear?
Yeah, it is absolutely clear.
Okay, thank you very much. So thank you first for inviting me. My presentation will be just orally, so I hope you can see me well enough. I don't have slides, so I'm sorry for that. Perhaps would have been easier for you, but I'll try to explain. How about in 20 minutes? Is it fine to check for 20 minutes for my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So
yes, it's okay. Right.
Okay, I try to squeeze my contribution in 20 minutes. So my subject is quite ambitious, of course, and I apologize if I will not cover it entirely, but I would start with linking to what Günther Johann Günther was just saying before, the importance of different and more greater distinction between EU and Russia relationship would certainly benefit the general climate also in Europe, in Western Europe, I guess. And I think that there are, however, obstacles to this distension, which we should take into account. And perhaps not only economics, also history and national memories do play some role in this difficulties. And I would insist on three elements of this trouble relation. I think that I will not cover them entirely, but I just try to mention them and sketch my points, and then perhaps we'll leave to the discussion afterwards for the rest. So 3 points, I would say. The first one is a difficult relationship from both sides with the memory of World War II. I think that if we should reflect on the reasons for present troubles with national memories after 1989, one important point is a difficult relationship with the memory of World War II. The second element which I see is even greater trouble at coping with the memory of the Cold War. After 1989, in my personal opinion, the EU, in the first place, but perhaps also Russia, have increasingly set aside in the public discourse the elaboration of what the Cold War has meant. So there is a recent past, which was, of course, quite troubled, very difficult to cope with. I do not deny it, but I think that this abandonment of in public discourse, I mean, not by historians, there is a large historical literature, on this. But in the public opinion, there is, I guess, a certain neglect of comprehension now of what the Cold War has meant. What was it about, and how it actually shaped the life of people. And I think that there is a trend, a certain simplification of the Cold War as a war between evil and the good. And I think that this is an important weight, a blank in our past, which makes it very difficult today to cope with a European outlook of history. I think after 1989, there is definitely a need of rethinking European history as such, as a large issue. And it is, of course, very difficult to find one common point to start with. Perhaps we should think of European history as a plural history, first of all, of a peculiar history made of plurality. Let's use the term of e pluribus unum. The point is that Europe has always been formally divided in several states and countries and confessions. And it is, of course, extremely difficult to speak of one European history. And if ever a discourse on European history has been attempted, it was as an opposition to Asia, which of course makes difficult to include the whole Russia, because as we know, part of Russia is also including some part of Asia. So making a discourse about Europe, which includes Russia integrally, would mean to rethink also the history of Europe with Asia as such. We cannot perhaps separate no longer the European history from Asian history, and this is part of an attempt which is being undertaken, I think, by global historians, which is an important trend which is now taking place, and I think we will see a general rethinking of European history from this global perspective, because it will break with the idea of Europe as just a Western construction. So this is the second point of my presentation. The third one has to do with the way in which after 1945 and foremost after 1989, the European Union has tried to cope with the memory of World War II. 1989, of course, has been a break in the way in which history has been re-elaborated until that moment. It challenged the way in which national narratives had been shaped until that moment, not only in Western Europe, I think everywhere. But my presentation can only deal with this more tight aspect, which is Western Europe. I would say that after 1989, the challenge of rethinking Western European history as a part of a larger European history has been only very partly met, only partially met. because Western Europe and the European Union in particular was inscribing itself in the narrative of the Cold War, of the victory of the Cold War, the victory of the Western side, the victory of capitalist liberalism, and so a memory of winners. And I think this idea of memory of winners against the memory of losers, this dichotomy which has shaped public opinion and public narratives, has cut European history in two and made much more difficult for historians to do their work. So because it was difficult for historians to break with this public discourse and look critically at the past. If you are a winner, you should only celebrate the past. Historians are no longer requested to criticize or to look at the dark side of the past. They are just there to celebrate. And I think it's interesting that in recent times, historians are always called to celebrate certain days, to commemorate dates, and not to criticize or to work critically on the past, on the national past. I think this is a true problem, which I don't want to generalize, because of course there is a critical approach to history, and historians still do freely their work, but it doesn't get much resonance. This is the difference today. I think that there's a public discourse which goes against the critical reappraisal of the past. I would like to make some example on this. I will try to do that. And I would start with a problem of the national narratives. I would say until 1989, and perhaps still today, history of World War II, which is, I think, the most relevant event of the 20th century, so which shapes today's national narratives and political narratives the most. I think that event has been re-elaborated in different ways and along national narratives. There are some elements of these narratives which are common of various countries. And I would say the just war is just one of these elements among victory winner countries. The idea of the just war is very important. The second element is the German responsibility. And the third one is national liberation. I would follow in this some reflection elaborated by Tony Judd in some important books. So if we take these three elements as canonical elements of narratives, we would say we can see them in different contexts, in different national contexts, as working somehow everywhere in the countries which define themselves as winners. And let me just make an example of the contradiction that this can open for a country like Italy, which was, as you know, a loser of the World War II, but the democratic rehabilitation of Italy, the democratic anti-fascist political forces which came in power after the war, and which participated to the liberation of the country, even in partisan movements, they tried to rehabilitate the democratic history of the country, linking the new history of the Italian Republic to the bloc of the winner. They were somehow part of the winners, even if they recognize that Italy had lost, but the element of the lost war has been over time set aside. I think this has peculiar effects for all the continental Europe, because after all, the whole of Europe has lost World War II. We should realize that World War II was not a history of winners, but a history of losers. And if we don't start with re-elaborating the memory of World War II as a memory of losses, as a memory of destruction, as a memory of lose of the centrality, let's say, of Europe in the world, self-defeat of Europe, I would say, great responsibility of Europeans against themselves, and the way in which Europe has divided is a long history. I don't want to go there now. But if we don't start from this point, we will always have a narrative of winners against losers. I think we are trapped in this narrative, which is, so to say, daughter of the Cold War. It is national narratives which are have been shaped first by World War II, but even more by the heritage of World War II within the Cold War. The passage from World War II to Cold War has shaped the national narratives, which were among them incompatible. I don't want now to go in details, but it is perhaps understandable to many of you what I'm meaning. The first element was the incompatibility of cooperation with German guilt. If we look at the guilt, who is the guilty country? And if we look at, don't look at the collective responsibility, but we instead look for one responsible, and we try to put the guilt on that country, then we have as a result that the national narratives expunge, erase all elements of cooperation, collaboration with fascism. This is a nationalist patriotic narrative which had certain reason of being there soon after the war to rebuild national democracies. It had certain positive, I think, effect, a positive meaning after World War II in order to build democratic regimes in countries which had been occupied or even collaborated with fascism, which had been fascist. So rebuilding democracy was not an easy task. And the Cold War made it even tougher, even more difficult. So it is understandable, I think, today, from the perspective of the 21st century, that these kind of narratives have prevailed. But today, do we still need today those narratives? I think that our perspective should be more mature. We should take into account the time which has passed. And overcoming the Cold War means also overcoming the narratives, national narratives, which have been necessary perhaps during the Cold War, but which still shape the relationship between EU countries and Russia. I would conclude with just one example. I would like to go much beyond that. Let me say just to one thing and then go to the example. In Western Europe, we have different kind of narratives, and it is difficult to make a sociology, general sociology of these kind of narratives. But I would try to say that we have at one level national narratives, which have changed over time, but they have political legitimacy functions. A second level is a cosmopolitan level of discourse, which shapes in particular the EU institutions, which is, so to say, on the top of these narratives, in which neglects national narratives and supposes or hopes that they will naturally come together. And that somehow through cooperation, through which hopefully in the future they will be overcome. I don't think this is this cosmopolitan discourse which works among intellectuals, which works among elites, may alone suffice to overcome national narratives which have other functions. So I think there is a clash between the cosmopolitan hope for reconciliation, automatic reconciliation, and the actual narratives on which political forces are based, which are unreconcilable at the moment. And I would suggest much work should be done among historians, among cultural networks, foundations, to overcome this two level of discourse, which is contradictory and nourishes conflict. Then let me close with an example. I have in mind the last resolution on European memory of the European Parliament, which was licensed on 19 September 1919. I written about that. I don't want now to analyze it. But that resolution reflects very much the requests of recognition of Eastern European countries. Those countries which were before part of the Soviet Empire and now are full members of the European Union. They have requested, they are pressed for recognition of their own particular history. And this has, and they had certain success. I think this is an important process on some points, because it was important to open the recognition of, let's say, insufficiency of Western discourse of the winner, and to rethink World War II also from the part of countries which didn't win it, which defined themselves as losers and not as winners, because they requested, this is the core of that resolution, they requested recognition of a peculiar state of countries victims first of fascism and then of the Soviet occupation. So they said we lost before and we lost afterwards. So they requested also rethinking of European memory, starting from their position that they define themselves as victims. But in that element, which I think is positive, because it obliges us to rethink the past, to rethink the way in which we have coped with a memory of World War II, there are critical elements, I think, which I personally find should open a greater debate, because at the same time, the victim here are not the people. Victims in the resolution are the nations. And I think this makes this discourse as the base of our rethinking of the past. So victims now through this resolution, totalitarian regimes are not single people, civilians, or Jews, or other, but victims are the Polish nation, the Hungarian nation, and so on. So the victims are not the people, but national majorities. So this is, I think, a dangerous element in the way in which the EU is now shaping this discourse. I think there is a very positive element, as I said, but at the same time, I see a problem in the attempt to depoliticize memory, to relinquish, to abandon the idea of anti-fascism, the way and the historical reason for fighting World War II. World War II has been a very important, complex history. I don't know. I don't want to go now there into that, but it was a political war, extremely politicized war. Anyway, so to shape it as a national war, as a war done and fought only by nations, and not as a civilization war, I would say, a war between two ideas of world order, political ideas of world order, which were at least two, if not three or four, way of thinking the world order confronted each other. I think we will fall back in what I would call stereotypes, national stereotypes, which will nourish nationalistic memories, which will even more divide Western from Eastern Europe for political reasons, which have nothing to do with World War II, but which have to do with the political legitimacy of specific cabinets and specific political forces today. And I think let's say the unpleasant work of historian is to look at the history as a whole, to comprehend and not to judge history from the perspective of today. So thank you. I hope it was not too long. Thank you.
So Professor Spaniolo, thank you very much. So it's really interesting. So I just wrote so many different memories, so which are important for thinking and reflecting and taking in memory. So you raised so important topic for all of us who are keeping memory the history of 20th century. And yeah, exactly, there are three wars which were in this period. So, and it means that we need to know how to be winners in future. And maybe to be winners in future means to not to have war. Yeah. So I think this is your case. Dear participants of today's session, so session number 7, do you have any question to Professor Spaniola? So you can raise your hand or type in chat. Please do it if you want to raise some discussion, and I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions. So maybe someone is typing or just thinking or reflecting. So what do you think about the duet and trio? Yeah.
I would like to take part in the discussion. As you understand, we call the period when there was a socialist condition in the states of Eastern Europe as an occupation of Russia. What would you call a period when NATO is in Poland and other countries close to Russia?
Sorry, perhaps I didn't understand. Could you repeat it?
You called the period after war when in the countries of Eastern Europe there was socialist government. There were militaries from the Soviet Union, and you called it the period of occupation. And my question is, what do you call the situation when NATO troops are now in many countries of Eastern Europe, for instance, in Poland? Have they also occupied it? I was surprised by this term.
I thank you for the question, but I perhaps I've been not clear enough. But I said this is the vision of the past. It's not my definition. This is the definition of the past of Eastern European countries, which defined the period after the war as a period of occupation. And this is the official narrative which has been accepted and which is stated in documents. It's not my...
Who accepted it? Who accepted it? Who accepted it?
This definition is in Polish and Hungarian government documents, official documents, in European resolutions of European Parliament, which have accepted requests from these cabinets. There is a network which is called European Networks for Memory, which is let's say founded by a group of foundations, cultural foundation of Czech, Polish institutions, which are very, which have promoted exhibitions and books in which they insist on the couple of the double occupation, on the history of, on their history as a double occupation, first by German Nazis and then by Soviet troops. So they have defined themselves as 2 times victims. So it is not my personal interpretation. It is an official narrative which has been shaped over the last 15 years, I would say, about, since 2000.
Я вас понимаю, что это не ваше мнение.
Okay.
Я просто задаю вопрос, а как называется сейчас ситуация, когда войска НАТО находятся...
The situation when the troops, the military from Canada, are in Eastern Europe at the borders.
Okay.
What would you call it?
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Then, so these are double standards. These are still elements of the Cold War of the time. So that was so it was all part of the that narrative, the Soviet Union and guilty of everything. So these are elements of the Cold War. Our generation, the generation of our parents, they went through that and they never occupied anyone. So I'm quite sure that many would share my opinion. Yeah. Again, there is escalation, but in another direction. The NATO troops are there. They are getting closer and closer to our borders. This definitely stands on the way of interaction. That's what I want to say. And those were events of the faraway past. Now but at present we are facing that, and they still see threat in us. But what kind of threat are we posing? So that's history that is being rewritten today this way, tomorrow again in a different way, depending on the politician's opinion. We can't say that history is apolitical. It might become apolitical with time, but with a longer period of time between the events and the day when the history is being written.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Spagnuolo. So what do you think? Are there any narratives today? Are there any narratives about today's situation? Or maybe it's too early to
I don't know if I was clear, but I've tried to explain.
Достаточно ясен, но я попыталась.
Can I? Okay. There are competing narratives, national narratives, which of course legitimate certain political discourses. And I think the way in which they are shaped today, they are incompatible each other. Of course, it is. I don't want to enter into the discussion who is right and who is wrong. I try to describe that there are at the moment competitive narratives of the past, in particular of the World War II, which are extremely difficult to reconcile, also because we still are enmeshed or imbued within Cold War narratives, which are not able to overcome what happened about 1946-47, when Europe divided in two. So I think that the main issue is today to overcome national narratives. And I think that there are elements of criticism in all of them. Even in the most democratic and progressive narratives, there are elements of silence or difficulty of coping with the memory of the Cold War and of the World War II. There is now in course, I think Germany has started with an important process of rethinking the past, starting with the idea of taking its own responsibility on the war till the end. But the other countries, the countries on the border of Germany, or countries like Italy, which have participated to the war together with Germany, have trouble at doing the same. This is the question, I think. The issue is why Germany has been able to go so far in rethinking its past, even perhaps certain times, even extremizing that position, and other countries have so much troubles at seeing the dark side of their own past. So I think perhaps EU cooperation, the EU dimension could help in overcoming national divided memories, but it is not an easy issue. I want to be clear, it's not easy. It has far reaching cultural implications. And I have, of course, my opinion, but I don't think it's useful to state what my opinion is on this. I think you can understand it through the lines anyway, but it's secondary what I do think. I don't think it's good that NATO has gone so far. If you want my statement on that. I don't think it's a good thing. I think the openness of the border requests or demands a different relationship, also military, with Russia. But my opinion is irrelevant on this issue. I think we should analyze as historian the way in which things are. So we should be quite crude and I would say cynical in looking at what the situation is, independently on our personal preference. Of course, I would like much more to have a distended relationship, but it's not the case. And we think we should analyze and understand why it's so. So I think my small contribution, if ever is such, is also to say that national memories divide.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's really, we are really very sensitive to all these issues, and it's great that you covered this and discuss and talk and let us think about it. So there is a question in chat. So, and Samrat Ray asks you, I don't know, do you see the chat or not? But the question is the following: how Europe has responded to immigrant inflows from Soviet Russia post-Perestroika and fall of the Soviet Union. So after 1989, many Russian Soviet people came to Europe. What was the reaction of Europe to this migration flow? That's a question from Samrat Ray.
На каком перемещении идет речь? Непонятен вопрос, потому что перемещение.
It's not clear enough. Could you please repeat the question? Вопрос не... Вопрос...
So, Professor Spaniola, so the question is in the chart, and this is a question about the Soviet people who came to Europe after 1989. So were there any narratives or were there any reaction of Europe? What was the reaction? Was it positive or negative?
Well, it's a very big question because it involves so many countries, and the inflow, as far as I know, was mainly to Germany. I would say.
Еще я хочу сказать, приток был умных голов.
So let
or rather, the
Professor Spaniola.
brilliant lecturers.
If Elena has something to say, I would like to listen to that.
I just wanted to say that the question that we should explain what the flow was. The flow was the flow of brilliant people, of the intellectuals who, those are the people we lost. That was a true brain drain. Russia lost so much. Russia was so poor at the time and so in such a poor state that we lost a lot of people. That's what I wanted to say.
Yes, I understand the question. I can only say this is not just a Russian phenomenon. Of course, it was very wide one. It has this brain drain, however, has taken place from South Europe as well. You should be perhaps aware, I think perhaps you are, that only Italy, I think Italy alone, without counting Spain and other countries, Italy loses each year about 200,000 people. And most of them, let's say more than the half, let's say 150,000 about, are trained people. It's a brain drain, which goes toward the most developed areas of the North Europe and London or the United States and Canada. So I think that the problem is not so much a problem between Eastern Europe and Western Europe, is a problem between the global South, let's say, and the global North, which is able to attract brains. So I would shape it in a bit different way, your question. I would say the immigrant flows that we have today are part of the globalization trends. In percentage of the world people, it's not extraordinary, but for each country, for single countries, they have enormous weight. There are certain countries which see this brain drain, in particular after 1989, and are unable, for several reasons. I don't know. In some cases, it's politics. In other cases, is lack of opportunities and so on. So I think it's a very different situation. But I think that we are having an increasing polarization within the global capitalism. And this is part of it. It is no longer part of the Cold War. Even if we look at it, and I insist, as I said in my presentation, we are looking at the present with the eyes of the Cold War. And I think we should refrain from that. We should try to go beyond that. And realize that we are in a different situation. But it's not easy. It's not easy because we all have grown up in cultural categories which have been shaped during the Cold War. And we are looking at the global world in those terms.
Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Spaniola. Anyway, history in all times is very time-centric and very nation-centric. So that's the history. Thank you very much. Let's go further and let's invite our next speaker. So Professor Mars from York University in Canada. Can you switch on your camera and start your presentation, your interesting report devoted to citizenship, refugees, and migration in the European Union. So, and it's the next step of our discussion.
Good morning. So now,
thank you. Yes.
Good evening in Russia, but good morning in Canada.
Thank you. Yes. I'm happy to be here at the end of a conference, and I apologize that I wasn't able to attend the rest because I was sleeping. So I do have a presentation, And I will actually, I'll time myself. I'll make sure I stick to 20 minutes. So this is a paper that is forthcoming as a chapter. And Professor Spaniolo said it's difficult to speak of one European history, so he talked about a plurality of histories. The task that the editors of this volume gave me is, whoa, there's a bunch of feedback. Sorry. The task that the editors gave me is to give a history and an overview of citizenship and migration in the entire EU for the entire time. So that's what the chapter is about. My presentation today has three parts. First, I will tell you a little bit about where I'm coming from, so some previous publications. Then I will situate my chapter within the context of the book, so this handbook which is coming out. And lastly, I'll go into the paper itself. So start with where I'm coming from. This was my first book. And you see the argument there. I will just read it so that the interpreters can translate it. So the argument of the book is that alongside economic integration, European leaders and publics share a political commitment to create a shared community of people. So it's not just about economics, European integration, it's also about creating a shared community of people. And the book talks mostly about the rise of EU citizenship since the 1950s, not from the strictly legal perspective of since the 1990s, but all the way back to the immediate post-war period. And the argument I make in the book is that EU citizenship endows Europeans with rights that member states can infringe only in limited circumstances, and that EU citizens have, in theory, if not always in practice, equal rights throughout the Union. So that was a book that helps inspire this chapter. Another book, I have four to go through here, is this one. This is an edited collection where I look at EU citizenship as also involving the free movement of people within the EU and making connections to free movement of people within democratic states. And the point of the chapters in this book is that the rights of free movement, which are a core right of citizenship, are contested, that there are tensions and attempts to discourage free movement, particularly in federal systems. I don't have to talk to you about the Propiska or similar situations in the Soviet Union. We can talk about China today, but also federal states such as the United States or Canada. And the overarching argument of the chapters in this book is in the bold there: equal citizenship is possible in theory, but not in practice. Another book that inspires this chapter is an edited volume on multi-level citizenship. And the main argument in this book is there in the bold. Unitary citizenship is the historical exception, and more common are forms of multi-level citizenship. So moving back up to that paragraph here, though citizenship today has come to mean a narrow definition of legal and political equality, such equality has never existed in pure form. And so there are a bunch of contributors who make that point in a bunch of chapters. And then the final of the four books I want to talk about today is not a book, this is a journal special issue. This looks at European governance, a whole range of policy areas. And the main point there is the creative and often fragile solutions found to the challenges facing Europe over a period of quite a historical period. So I'm a political scientist. That's what I do, what I teach. But I also, I think it's nice that I come right after Professor Spaniolo, a modern European historian, because I don't think we can understand the politics of Europe today without looking at its historical development. Okay, so actually one thing that I'm very excited about now, it's forthcoming. This is an edited book that I'm working on now. It's about the role of money in all aspects of migration. So it's participation, policy, and citizenship. And here you just see some of the chapters. There's some more chapters, lots of women, irregular migrants, live-in migrants, income requirements, money laundering, etc. Citizenship by investment, which is a big issue these days, wealth as a golden visa, money, and basically international marriages, and then my own chapter, money on internal migration within the political system, and again looking at the EU and comparing it to other mostly federal states, other political systems. Okay, and if you're interested in more, you can go to my website. There's the URL, so yorkuniversity.ca for Canada/Mass, and you'll find pretty much everything I've written. So if you want to read more, please feel free to do so. I did ask the organizers if they could share my paper. If that hasn't yet happened, please feel free to email me, and I'm happy to share the paper that I'm talking about today. Okay, so the paper today is part of a handbook which is coming out this summer. And here you see the various chapters. There's 3 pages of chapters, I think, here. You see it's the wide range of citizenship and migration, some empirical, methodological approaches, citizenship, migration, and the end of liberalism, moving forward, immigrants in European countries, economic citizenship. He's former government advisor in the UK, social cohesion, Muslim loyalty in the Netherlands, citizenship rights, immigrants, lots and lots of issues. This is my chapter here, which I'm going to talk to you about in a moment. And it continues: social protection, gender, it goes on, participation, framing, voting behavior, political participation. It's a big, big book on the handbook of citizenship and migration. Globalized world, she's a French expert, post-national turn, people in cities, multicultural and intercultural, and populism, etc. So it's a big book. Look for it in your favorite bookstore in this summer. But now my task is to talk about my chapter today. And here I will again read what this says so that the interpreters can translate it into Russian. And I apologize, I've been speaking quite quickly. I will try to slow down when I read this. This is the main argument of the chapter. So, as the birthplace of the modern ideas of nationhood and citizenship that define the contemporary state system, Europe is also the locus of the political development of sovereignty and borders. The First World War and its aftermath caused the collapse of 4 large empires on the European continent, and the Second World War continued the transformation of the continent and overseas colonies and territories in progressive waves of declarations of independence from, this is the main transformation, from large multi-ethnic and multinational communities to smaller states organized along ethnic and national lines, right? So here, the Austro-Hungarian Empire is a paradigmatic example. There was no Austria, there was no Hungary, there were no all the small states in the Balkans. It was one large multi-ethnic and multinational empire that fell apart into smaller states organized along ethnic and national lines, with the principle of national self-determination emerging as a fundamental principle of international law. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights and related conventions on refugees were a direct outgrowth of the war, as was European integration, first in Western Europe and since the end of the Cold War. This is a nice tie into Professor Spagnolo's talk. Since the end of the Cold War across the continent. Proponents of a shared European citizenship have worked since the 1950s to enhance common European rights and free movement, arguing that Europe must be close to its citizens. Yet these developments face continuing challenges. Now I'm going to stop screen sharing for a moment and start screen sharing another where is it? This one, because I want to share my my PDF here. So now I've gone halfway through my 20 minutes, and I'm going to spend the next half walking you through the paper, and then I'll be happy to take your questions. Let me emphasize, this has not yet gone through the proofs stage, and I just noticed as I was preparing this morning some errors in it, so please don't quote from this version. Please wait until the published version, though you may of course cite it. So it's a bit of a challenge because it's only just over 6,000 words, and it's a very large topic: citizenship, refugees, and migration in the European Union. But nevertheless, that's the task that the editors gave me. So I've just read to you this abstract. That's the argument. The paper itself has 5 main sections plus an introduction. Here in the introduction, I basically talk about how Europe is central from a global perspective in developing ideas of nationhood and citizenship that characterize the modern state system. Including the emphasis on sovereignty and borders, right? Why do we not live in a world of cities? Why do we not live in a world where supranational federations are the key form of sovereignty? It's because of national state sovereignty. I give a historical example here about how even in the infancy of the modern state system, citizenship and migration helps shape politics. Okay, that's the introduction. I won't go through that too much. Then I have a section on history. This is repeating the 4 empires that fell apart with around the time of the First World War. And again, I have to do, in a single paragraph, I have to summarize an awful lot of history. So apologies for that. The same thing, the transition from multi-ethnic and multinational empires to more ethnically homogeneous national political communities. Okay, then I quickly jump ahead to the Second World War. And again, my focus is on migration and citizenship. Lots of movement and significant movements of refugees. We just talked about some post-war and some post-Cold War. This is still the Second World War. Then I make the point that the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and related conventions on refugees were a direct outgrowth of the war. So the idea that everyone has the right to free movement and residence within the border of their state, and that everyone has the right to leave any country, establishes as human rights what had been denied to so many people during the war. And the same thing, the Convention on this, right? These are all outgrowths of the war. Many people don't know, many non-Europeans, I guess, don't know, that the Refugee Convention initially included only European refugees. People whose movements happened prior to 1951. Only later in 1967 was the legal term of refugee extended to people outside the European continent. Okay, so then I talk briefly about some border changes, which and associated migrations with that, and then migration into Europe as a result of colonialism and decolonization. So here the main extra-European empires, where many colonial subjects and citizens moved to their respective metropoles, including some people who had moved from Europe to the colonies moving back. So there's a lot of migration going on at this time. And the political effects of these movements continue. So the 2018 Windrush scandal shows this quite clearly. Okay, so then I also talk about how individual European countries all have their own immigration histories, and the former colonial states all have large populations of immigrants, and there's lots of diversity. So in the Netherlands, 400,000 people from the former Dutch East Indies, many were among the people from the Netherlands who had moved to Indonesia and then they to the Dutch Indies and then came returned when it became independent. But it was quite a complicated picture. Okay, and other stories have other national histories are similar. Post-colonial migration is now superseded then by labor migration and then intra-EU migration. So here I give an example of France. When Algeria became independent, 800,000 or so Pieds Noirs and Algerian Jews who were French citizens were evacuated to mainland France, joining an already diverse Algerian-born population, as well as populations from Vietnam, French colonies, etc. Okay, and we go through, we can go through others. Okay, then I talk about the post-war origins of European integration. This is, if you want the details of this, you should go to my first book, the Creating European Citizens book, where basically the argument is this. The aspiration, here, boom, the aspiration to facilitate migration and a shared citizenship, EU citizenship, has been central to the European project since free movement rights for coal and steel workers were introduced in the 1951 treaty. And the right of European citizens to live and work anywhere in the common territory has developed as one of Europe's 4 fundamental freedoms, alongside the free movement of goods, services, and capital. I talk a little bit about who pushed this, some Italian federalists, some Dutch. There's the book goes into more detail about this. In the negotiations for the Treaty of Paris, I'm sure Professor Spagnuolo knows this history at least as well as I do, free movement of workers was relatively unimportant for most states, except for Italy. Basically, especially southern Italy, they had lots and lots of unemployment and maybe consistent with what we were talking about earlier about the brain drain. There was a movement, a recognition that these people needed to get jobs somewhere. So there were a lot of Italian coal and steel workers, just coal and steel, not any other industry, just coal and steel in France, Belgium, and the other prospective states. And the Italian negotiators wanted a general free movement, but that was not successful at the start. But it was successful in the Treaty of Rome. And again, my earlier publications go into more detail about that. Some more stuff. Again, I'm happy to email this paper to you if you'd like to have it. I'm skipping over large swaths of history because I recognize I'm running out of time. I talked about the Berlin Wall and basically the effect of the Iron Curtain on migration and citizenship. And then we move to labor recruitment agreements with Morocco, Tunisia, Yugoslavia, etc. And then the OPEC crisis and enlargement of the community, right, which is also important. Then I go into sort of my hobby horse, my main area of interest, the rise of citizenship of the EU. And I will skip that for now. If you like more details, please read my other stuff. Basically, the idea here is that this idea of having a shared citizenship is central and has always been central to European integration. In making this argument, I go against maybe not the probably the orthodoxy in political science, which is that certainly until the 1980s or perhaps the 1990s, European integration was purely, solely, only about economics. Economics, economics, economics. And the point I make, and I have lots of quotes from various people and actual policy, is that yes, economics is important, but the free movement of people, workers at the start, free movement of people, and a shared citizenship is also important for European integration. Okay, so then Passport Union, Tindemann's report, British citizens, the white paper, lots and lots of details here. Yeah, so here we go. Functional needs, right? And then I have a sort of a last last section. Well, before I get there, let me just read these last couple of sentences here, where I talk about investor citizenship. It's a challenge for the EU, because if you buy many wealthy Russians, in fact, do this. If you buy the citizenship of Cyprus, then suddenly you have EU citizenship and you can go live anywhere within the EU. So what does that mean, right? Federal states don't allow this. You can't buy the citizenship of California and then go live in New York, or buy the citizenship of Ontario or Alberta and go live in somewhere else, right? But the EU does allow this, and this is an issue, and the European Commission actually just this last month is addressing this again. So the final section of the paper is a very big overview, very quick overview of what is happening in citizenship, asylum, refugees, and migration. I even mentioned the pandemic, even though I'm not quite sure what to make of it. So again, it's a big overview, and it's a challenging task, and I hope I made it okay for the book. The editors seem to like it. The main point here is it's basically impossible for people who want to claim refugee status to reach Europe in a legal manner. Right, so you can't get to Europe unless you have a visa, and you can't get a visa if you're a refugee. So the only way really to get to Europe is by breaking the immigration law in your attempt to reach safety. This is quite treacherous, though. So many refugees attempt to cross in the summer. So in 2015, many landed in Greece, smaller numbers in Italy, Bulgaria, and other border countries. Chancellor Merkel, the famous statement here, "Wir schaffen das," we can do it. And a follow-up quote, which I think is at least as important, "We were quick to save the banks. We can act immediately to help communities." To help communities save human beings. Here, the emphasis that she has, which is true in the political science and sociological. Once much public opinion is against refugees, it's just bad people. But once you see individual families in your community, you start to like them, or at least tolerate, right? And so this is what happens in Germany and in other states. Now the question is, well, what happens here? How did this happen? I see I'm noticing typos there, which I need to correct. So please don't quote directly from this version. Here we have the picture of Alan Kurdi, the young Syrian boy, and how that galvanizes public opinion. But there is a disagreement within the EU. So the EU interior ministers agreed, but governments of some states oppose and wonder how to deal with this. The Turkey deal, then terrorist attacks and suicide bombers. So it's a complicated political issue. Attacks on Jewish supermarkets, stabbings, the Alternative für Deutschland, and then the EU-Turkey deal and the Brexit referendum, where, again, just to repeat a story, and I have a chapter on this on my website if you're more interested in more details. This issue with Syrian refugees directly led to the Brexit referendum result, even though the UK and any other member state can easily tell refugees from outside the EU, no, we don't like you to come in. Okay, so that's sort of the end of this section and the conclusion. Well, no, so here the chair of the European Parliament Civil Liberties, Justice and Home Affairs Committee saying this is a gaps in the EU's response. That's the political end of the paper, and the conclusion basically repeats what I've said earlier. Except here some. Let me maybe read this if you don't mind indulging me for the last minute or so. The The First World War and its aftermath caused the collapse of 4 large European empires, and the Second World War continued the transformation on the continent from large multi-ethnic and multinational communities to smaller states organized along ethnic and national lines, with the principle of national self-determination emerging as a fundamental principle of international law. The Universal Declaration of Human Rights and related conventions on refugees were a direct outgrowth of the war, as was European integration, first in Western Europe and now across the continent. Proponents of a shared European citizenship have worked since the 1950s to enhance common European rights and free movement, arguing that Europe must be closed to its citizens. Yet, the development of EU citizenship and free movement faces continuing challenges, both internal, such as continuing discrimination against EU citizens who are perceived as undesirable, such as Roma, or even some migrant workers, such as the infamous Polish plumber, and external, such as the refugee crisis caused by the escalation of the civil war in Syria, and wars and environmental challenges elsewhere, as well as challenges that are both internal and external, such as Brexit, which in less than a month's time will turn millions of British EU citizens into third country nationals. The European continent, my final concluding sentence, the European continent remains the prime stage for transformations of state sovereignty through the development of common citizenship and rights, even if the implementation usually fails to fully match the rhetoric. And I will stop sharing my screen, and I'm happy to take your questions. And let me just turn on my
Thank you very
translation.
much. So it's really interesting, and thank you. So I'm trying to read the articles and the books. So it's just so relevant to our today's questions about European Union. Did you pose any question devoted to sustainable development issues, Paris Agreement, all these new ideas of net zero, green Europe, etc.? So did you take it into the consideration or not?
Not really, no. It's again, so my limit was 6,000 words or just over, and I'm already, I'm not counting the bibliography, I'm at 6,500 words. I did mention briefly in the conclusion environmental challenges, but I did not have space. You saw as in the paragraph, the historical paragraph, I'm just really skipping over, really summarizing in very small. So no, I didn't talk too much.
I just talking about it because I think that it's also one of the environmental topic is a topic of integration for Europe. So it's my position. So I think so, and it's interesting to know what do you think as a specialist in these processes. So that's interesting. Maybe for the future discussion.
Yeah, well, I mean, I will say this. There's always a challenge in policymaking about how you prioritize which policy should get funding or which policy should go ahead of something else. And the current emphasis is on the environment. I'm not sure how much impact that has on citizenship and migration per se. Actually, I mean, so if the idea, if part of the idea of Europe is free movement of citizens within the common space, then maybe the green aspects might be limited to transportation or you know, where you get your energy. Yeah, I don't know. The challenge. So that's internal. The big challenge external is if the panel on the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, is correct, then large parts of South Central Asia, large parts of Sub-Saharan Africa, and many other parts of the world will become difficult to inhabit, if not uninhabitable. So I don't think European policymakers, just as I don't think Canadian or American or Japanese or Chinese, I don't think too many policymakers are thinking about this. I don't know. I actually don't know what Russian policymakers think of it. You know, what if suddenly millions and millions of people from India want to move to you know, Siberia, because it's right. I don't know what, but yeah, I don't know.
Maybe a question for further discussion, because climate refugees is one of the idea which is discussed intensively in Sustainable Development Goals. And if we look on the Sustainable Development Goals, they're mostly the question which are covered here is adaptation to climate changes. So how we're going to cope with. And Russia as well is thinking, because the Arctic zone is really warming right now. So we don't know whether it's true or not. So about all this climate changes and what will be in the future, I mean, in 10, 20 years. But still, the reality today is, yeah, it shows some short-term changes. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. So thank you for your discussion. So, but we have to look on time, and we move to next speaker. So, and next speaker is Jacques Bazen, so who is from Saxonian University of Applied Sciences. And dear participants, so it's not the last presentation in our session.
Hello, Jacques.
Because
so nice to meet you. And thank you very much again for your.
Okay, so we have two more reports today. The one is from someone is from.
Sorry, my. Hello, Jacques. So nice to meet you again in our conference. Thank you for participation. Jacques is one of the goodest our partners. So nice to meet you. So interesting to hear your presentation.
Mm-hmm. So Jacques, please start. Please start your. So you see.
Yes, yes, of course. I wasn't aware that I should start already. Okay, so I will share my screen. I have a presentation as well.
Okay. While you're doing this, I just attract attention of somewhat Ray that Carlo Spagnola responded to you in chat. Just please check chat, so there is a discussion. Okay, thank you.
So, good morning, good afternoon, or even good evening, depending on where you all are this moment. I'm glad to be here. Thank you very much for the warm words of welcome, Yelena Viktorova. Yes, I would love to share with you some small sort of case study on regional identity I have done. It's in no means a very big study, but more of an empirical study and a little bit less theoretical probably. But I hope it's still interesting for you, and I would like to share the findings. Before I do that, I will very briefly introduce myself. Indeed, I am a lecturer at International Economics, so I'm not a historian, not a political scientist, but more of an economist, actually geographer from background. And yeah, I work in the Netherlands in the Saxion University of Applied Sciences in Enschede, which is in the eastern part of the country, but you will see that, that in a minute. When I was asked the question to speak, to present something about, for this conference, to say something about regional identity, of course I was having some thoughts about it. And yeah, what you know, of course, see a lot, and this is no doubt familiar to all of you, is that one part of the scientific debate is about the situation in the world becoming more uniform, and the McDonaldization, Western dominance, etc., etc. Don't have to explain that a lot. But it is certainly something that influences the debate. On the other side, you have, of course, the people such as Benjamin Barber, Jihad versus Macworld, how globalism and tribalism are sort of having a sort of clash, and that because of globalization, there is not just a Western dominance, but in fact more cultural confrontation, so to say. Or people have this, or others have this approach of more hybrid cultures. I don't go into much detail about it because I'd love to share with you some of the information from our case study. But it's good to have that as a sort of theoretical background from which we departed, so to say, with this study. We think, and we have this idea of always the idea of the imagined community and the invention of tradition when we talk about identities and culture, just as a background. I'm sure you're all familiar with these concepts, so there's no need to go too much in depth about them. Before I go into the regional identity and some way of how some of our students perceive it, first of all, I would love to share with you some ideas about some studies on the Dutch national identity and how this is experienced by Dutch people and how it develops a little bit, or not at all actually, or almost not. The Dutch the Dutch Institute for Social Research, SCP, we call it in the Netherlands Sociaal en Cultureel Planbureau. That's why the abbreviation is a little bit different. They performed a large study on perceived Dutch identity. So what is important for Dutch people? What is their identity? What do they consider to be a real typical Dutch? And when you take a look at the outcome of it, you see some interesting factors, like first of all, it was the Dutch language, which for me was actually, when I read it, a little bit surprising, given the fact that we are not exactly very cautious with this language. Yeah, we have a lot of our education, especially in higher education, is in English. We use a lot of borrowed words from English, but still it seems that Dutch language is being cherished a lot. Then we have a number of artifacts, as you would see that if you take a look at these cultural models. So some real visible, tangible artifacts that people mention, such as the King's Day, actually the Sinterklaas, which will be tomorrow, the Dutch Santa Claus, bicycles, and 11 cities tour. Goes too far to go very much in detail, but all quite some interesting cultural artifacts. And when we take a look at, for example, King's Day and Elfstedentocht, which are, you know, talked about as being very Dutch, it's very typical. Those are also very typical examples of 19th century invented tradition, as meant by Hobsbawm and Ranger from the previous slide. The same applies to a lesser extent to this Dutch Santa Claus. That goes back a long time, but it became only really like a popular tradition for the whole society in the 19th century. So that's an interesting thing, that many of the traditions that people describe as being very Dutch are rather recent. Okay, then again, of course, when we take a look at the literature on globalization versus the feelings of national identity and versus regional identity, of course, it's a very complex relation. Some studies suggest erosion, others strengthening. Well, that's an interesting debate. And also the question, of course, how do regional identities fit in? As I said, I don't want to go very deeply into the theoretical aspects today, but rather give you some small case study. And based on this case study, it would be nice to probably have a small discussion afterwards. I would like to focus the attention in this case study on the region of Twente. That is a region, the eastern part of the Netherlands. You can see it on the map. I wouldn't blame you if you don't know it. It's not a very large region. As you can see on the slide, 620,000 inhabitants and 1,500 square kilometers. Well, that's about roughly the size of the city of Moscow. So it's not a very large region. Mixed urban-rural, and they do have their own language or dialect depending on who you ask. If you ask the people from the region, they would probably, most of them would probably say that it's a language, and well, it has been officially recognized as a language. But then again, that's an interesting region because it is a very, as we call it, in a thick region. That means very clearly defined cultural borders, very strongly feelings among the people with the region. However, it is not an administrative unity. So everything besides an administrative union, you can, yeah. I mean, in the hearts and minds of the people, this region is very, very much existing, but in the administration, it's part of a larger province, as we would call it. Where I work in Enschede, that is the largest city in this region, and yeah, when you take a look, for example, at symbols, one of the defining aspects of regions, so the regional symbols, the horse, you will find it almost everywhere. If you look around, you see here a couple of pictures. The newspaper, the regional newspaper, the regional sport club, FC Twente. Well, a couple of years ago, I was with a group of students in St. Petersburg, and there was a Champions League match with, or something like this, with Zenit St. Petersburg. That was interesting to see. Well, even on the buses and trains, and some companies use it. So it's a very thick region, which is lots of symbols and issues. Okay, so then about a regional identity, when we just see the region existing here. The interesting thing is that there is a growing number of publications in the Twente language, so in written language. Some authors even speak here about the dialect renaissance. Yeah, so from 1950 up to roughly 1990, 2000, the usage of Twentes was decreasing, but we see that it's now again sort of increasing, and especially in written form, more publications, books and magazines and such being published in Twentes. And the Twentes language, if you don't know it, well, it is a sort of Lower German dialect, Niedersächsisch, form of Niedersächsisch, Lower Saxony in Germany. Then what we also see in this region in the last 20-25 years is an increasing attention for cultural artifacts. And I mention here a couple: Easter bonfires, midwinter horn blowing, and some form of curling. And also quite a lot of attention for some regional norms and values. So and they, the inhabitants of the Twente region would say also that they feel themselves to be culturally different from the rest of the Netherlands, because they say the rest of the Netherlands is very direct. We are not. We are sort of wait and see kind of people, more closed, maybe more stubborn, etc., etc. That is how they describe themselves. So, as regional identity. I'm not sure, I put a question mark there, if it's a real growing in importance. I see more being published in Twents. I see more attention for those artifacts, but if that really goes into the everyday life of the people, that's for me still a question. That's why a question mark. There are some quite interesting aspects of the culture, indeed, which is rather different from the rest of the Netherlands. One of those most obvious things is the radio pirates. So every village in Twente has its own illegal community radio station, which is quite different from the rest of the Netherlands, and it's usually broadcasting only in the weekends, but shows that people have this kind of need to listen to this local/regional radio stations and radio programs. Some regional products which are very popular as well. Here, I wouldn't mention too much about it. It's even so that this region has started a sort of embassy. Now they say we are different. We start an embassy in Amsterdam and in Rotterdam, the two largest cities in the Netherlands. And in this embassy, it is most likely predominantly an economic thing to promote regional products, but still the fact that they call it embassy shows something that as if this is not part of the Netherlands, but has a very distinct identity, just as an example. If we take a look, and I will take a look here on the election results of the last elections in 2019. You can also see some quite interesting patterns here. The region is mostly green. This is the color of the largest party in the elections, the Christian Democrats. This is the sister party of the German CDU, the Angela Merkel party, so to say, but in the Netherlands, they have also a Christian Democrat party. That's the green municipalities in the region. But interestingly, when you take a look at the cities, they are this kind of darkish purple, and those are that is the largest party there is the Forum of Democracy, well, for what it's at least that's a sort of right-wing populist party, a very reactionary party, I would say. Definitely not interested in further European or any international integration, which is a very reactionary, nationalistic kind of party. And that's interesting because they are the largest in the cities, and in the countryside, the traditional parties, and in the cities in Twente, the reactionary parties. Very big differences with other large cities around. You see on a bit more to the west, you see some yellowish cities. Those are also larger cities, Zwolle, Deventer, Zutphen, Arnhem, they are called. And there you see that the Green Party, the progressive, very progressive Green Party has become the largest party. So I would say quite an interesting difference there in the eastern part of the Netherlands. If we take a look at the whole country, the entire country, the pattern is also quite interesting. You see that I made a dashed line on the core economic area of the Netherlands. And there you see the general pattern that the large cities like Amsterdam and Utrecht, and to a lesser extent probably also the area around The Hague. Those are yellowish cities, so that is where the progressive Green Party has won. And at the same time, you see the suburbia. The suburbs, they are very purplish, so that means the reactionary Forum of Democracy, the very anti-globalization, almost anti-European integration, has won there a lot of votes. Then there is in the periphery you see that mainly the green the green color of the Christian Democrats. Interesting thing is that in Twente region the cities are not yellowish. The cities are the purple color. So that means that they are a bit different from the rest. So vision of students from Twente. So what we have done, we asked students to describe in a short essay their personal vision on the development of culture and identity in the coming years. Total 134 students in the study, mainly engineering IT students. And we asked them to comment on the cultural development by giving them some of the theories and thinking that, in your opinion, what would be mainly the results 5 to 10 years from now. We found in that was about roughly around 20% would say primarily we are going to be more and more similar with other countries in the world, in Europe. 35% would say hybrid, so we take some, we keep some, we take some, this kind of mixed. And 45%, which was quite an interesting score for me, quite a surprising score, said no, we are going to fight for our identity and our culture. Okay, if we take a look at some of the actual things that they wrote back, some of the opinions. This is what came there. A couple of examples which were mentioned by them, that they would say that they have enough of the left-wing cosmopolitan city elite who decides everything, latte macchiato drinking, Tesla driving guys, and hyper politically correct opinions of city people, etc. They expressed a lot of feelings of disconnection with general or with what they perceive as the dominant Dutch culture of the green left thing, what I showed you in the election results. They describe a fear of ban on traditions that they really like, such as Easter bonfires and the destruction of their traditions. And they expect that there will be more resistance. And well, the reason I do not know, of course, because I'd love to know a little bit more. And they are in the region, they have this kind of bonfire tradition around Easter, and they're afraid that because of environmental regulations, that those guys from the West who is, driving their Tesla cars and are arrogant guys who know it always better, will forbid them to do this, whereas at the same time they're flying to I don't know where in Vietnam or Bali or I don't know where they fly on holidays and pollute everything. And they are, not allowing these people their pleasure of watching the bonfire. Okay, reasons, as I said, it's an interesting thing. We try to figure out this more. It's a work in progress. We would like to do this more to get a little bit more of longitudinal approach. And yeah, that is what I wanted to share with you. And I'll be very much interested to hear your reactions. and your thoughts of what may be causes of such of results that we got.
Jacques, thank you very much. Thank you very much. And so it's interesting that you cover also this environmental issue. I think it's a challenge for the whole society, and there are some supporters of new ways of living, and also some supporters of some traditions. Yeah, and we also need to take them into consideration. So that's why it's really very interesting that you covered. So thank you very much. Maybe...
Да, большое спасибо, Жак.
Thank you very much, Jacques. I will ask Natalia Vlasova. Natalia Vlasova, are you with us? Yes? Yes. Will you please show yourself on the screen? I think that Jacques will be interested in knowing the opinion, because we had some Dutch students, don't you remember? I wanted to tell you that we were questioning European students, but unfortunately Daria is not here. She's familiar with that study. I think there were some Dutch students as well. There were questions concerning whether they perceive themselves as do they feel more their national belonging or European belonging? I think that the Dutch mostly considered themselves to be Europeans, but unfortunately they haven't prepared to answer this question. We can send this information to you later by email. That was a very interesting presentation. Unfortunately, we have no time to show it. I mean, the results of the study.
Okay, Елена Владимировна, can we...
Спасибо еще раз, Жак, за вашу интересную...
Thank you very much, Jacques, for your interesting presentation. We have learned a lot about your motherland. Well, I don't know whether it is your motherland or just working there. We have learned a lot of details, even on this small area. There is a rather difficult political situation with different parties. What can we say about the whole of Europe or Russia? Thank you very much. You gave so many details that, well, I have no question. The only question might be, what is the attitude of the Dutchmen to Russia?
So, Elena, and let Professor Maas also ask forward question to Jacques, because our session is for interaction between scientists. So I think it would be good to let Professor Maas to ask question to Professor Mazen. Professor Maas, please.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you for a very interesting presentation. I have two questions. The first is about language, and whether in your survey you asked about the survey respondents' views of language. I note that, so Saxion is in Enschede, which is the same city as the Universiteit Twente, which is now the University of Twente, and which advertises itself as offering everything in English, and all the meetings are in English. And even though most of the people, many of the people at least are Dutch and all speak Dutch, everything is now in English. So I wonder first if you can speak a little bit about the role of language. So not Twents versus Standard Dutch or German, but versus English. Right, as a world-dominating language. That's one. And two, since Twente is on the border with Germany, I'm surprised a little bit. I wonder if you can talk a little bit about the meaning of the Dutch-German border. So language and borders. Thank you.
Yeah, language and borders, yes. Well, to start with the language. The University of Twente indeed is offering everything in English, and there are, from our students, a considerable percentage of them is following let's say an additional study program or for example, a master study program or something at the University of Twente. That's more than 30%, I would say. So that's a really significant group. I haven't heard and haven't seen in the things that I got back from the students too much about the language in higher education. Somehow, and probably this is an example of this McDonaldization thing, they sort of expect, yeah, it's going to be English. Come on, it's like it is. That's what indeed is not really sort of stirring their mind. What keeps them busy in all those small essays, when you read it, it's about those cultural artifacts, basically, not being the language. I mean, yes, the local language in a sense sometimes, but mainly the cultural artifacts, which I showed, for example, like this Easter bonfire thing, which is a really big thing. Those pirate radio stations, those, I don't know, local products, things that, you know, they say we are being under threat. Not all of them, but a group of them. So, indeed, very interestingly, language and higher education is not one of them. So that's why I put also somewhere on the presentation, is this an influence of some sort of populism, right-wing populism, propaganda style thing? I do not know. But it's an interesting question to discover, to look at this further in our next survey round. Then the border, yeah, that you are completely right. It's close to Germany, and still, I wouldn't say there is no connection between Germany and the Netherlands in this sense. On cultural level, there is. But when I ask students, that is, they say, yeah, okay, we study in Enschede. I go to get fuel in Germany because it's cheaper, and I go to buy the alcohol in Germany because it's a lot cheaper. But I do not go to, for example, have an internship in a German company. I don't like it. I don't want it. If I want to do an internship, I want to go to whatever where, but not to Germany. Or maybe to Germany, but then to Berlin or to München or whatever, but not to the region just across the border, which is something that is for me quite a surprise when I'm not originally from Twente. I am originally from the southwest of the Netherlands, Zeeland, and when I came there, I thought, okay, there will be lots of connections, but actually, well, in companies there is, but in universities very, very little. And yeah, I think it's a very good thing to develop that further.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your answer. Thank you for your questions. Yeah, Professor Mars. Yeah, Professor Bazen. So, okay, yeah, it's a great thing to discuss. So I'm also reflecting, so why the university, why the language, maybe because it's a window to the whole world, so that's why it's so important to have this. Yeah, and we don't think that it is modernization and globalization, so something that is really very useful for everyone. Maybe that's
the percentage of international students at the University of Twente is not that high, and still they do everything in English. So it's kind of very when you think about it, just from a cultural point of view.
Yeah,
I mean, okay, well, Professor Maas has made his point proficiently clear.
Students are young, and this is a perception of new generation. Yeah, that's all. Yeah. So okay, we'll talk about it hours and hours. Okay, but we have one presenter.
Одну секундочку, я еще маленький вопрос задам. Скажите, пожалуйста,
question.
Вы говорили про...
You spoke about different traditions, cultural traditions and artifacts, symbols. You spoke about the ones that are associated with 20s. But let's take Rembrandt. Rembrandt is a symbol of Holland and of the Dutch art. Why don't you mention Rembrandt? Is that because he's not from that province, or for the young people in Holland, he's not that important? I expected you to mention Rembrandt as a symbol, because he's such an outstanding artist, world-renowned.
Mm-hmm. Yes, yeah, that's certainly true. Rembrandt is one of the symbols or from the Netherlands, but then again, this depends also on the country, because a lot of it is, of course, also marketing. And there is, when we take a look at the work of Rembrandt, for example, a very interesting thing is that until at least half of the 19th century, Rembrandt was almost forgotten. When you take a look at the Night Watch, his most famous painting, that was hanging somewhere, but it didn't fit, and they cut part of the painting, you know, because if who cares? Hey, we need some wallpaper, so put it there, yeah, and that kind of thing. So it's also one of the things that is how to say that is from a relatively later age, and very much you know, like pushed, I would say, as a sort of a symbol that should be connected with the Netherlands from a marketing point of view. In other countries, they may use other symbols, what fits with the ideas of the people there. When you go to the United States, for example, it's tulips, windmills, whatever, anything more than Rembrandt, for example. And so that there is this kind of, you know, symbols. And for Dutch people, if I ask my students who is Rembrandt, they would probably know. They would probably say, yes, Night Watch. But for the rest, I don't think, I didn't check it, but I didn't measure it. But I don't think it's very much of a very much alive subject. I don't know. Maybe Professor Maas can say something about this. I don't know. The students of Leiden, it might be a different story. I mean, he was, after all, from Leiden, so.
Вообще-то это даже странно, честно говоря, что, потому что
Indeed, because in Russia, because the Hermitage has a rather good collection of Rembrandt's works and stills. For us, Rembrandt is a symbol. And in Holland, I definitely would have gone to the museums to see works by Rembrandt and by other outstanding painters from Holland, from the Netherlands. But that is true. Sometimes it's the well-known people are not that well-known in their countries, and probably it's now the time of the mass culture, and real values are losing their importance. Maybe time comes when the young generations grows up and the attitude might change, if we take the students, of course.
It's possible. And yes, it's true that most of Rembrandt's paintings are not in the Netherlands. They're indeed in Hermitage. So it's more likely that it's, you know, more familiar with Russians than it is with us, you know, because how many Dutch have been in the Hermitage? A lot, but not the whole country, yeah?
No, not most of the paintings. No, far from that. No, many, but not most.
Many, not most. No.
Okay. Okay, Elena. So Elena Vladimirovna, so let's go to our schedule. So, and may I invite Samrat Ray, who is the PhD student, so and also prepare the presentation for. So Samrat, where are you, please?
Aspirant, он не студент, аспирант.
PhD. He's a PhD.
He's a postgraduate student.
Yeah, the PhD, so it means postgraduate. Yeah. Okay. Samrat, please join. And the topic of, so as I understand, Samrat is studying in St. Petersburg, yeah, and your research is about global migrants, yeah. And so, especially for today's topic about COVID, yeah, it's really important to also to cover this topic and to speak in 2020 about some stresses in this area. Okay. So we can see you, but we can't hear you. Will you share the screen? Will you share the presentation? Please unmute. So something wrong with the sound, yeah? It occurs.
Потому что мы уже с этим закончили, время у нас уже истекло. То есть у вас не больше 7 минут.
You have no more than 7 minutes, I'm afraid. Yes, could you fit into 5 minutes?
So there is some problems. So just let's wait maybe a minute, yeah? Because we're coming to the end of the...
Видимо, 7 часов наступило, пора заканчивать. У нас до 7 вообще-то было.
Yeah, maybe.
7 o'clock? Time to finish. Seems to be like that, yes. And the system is off. I'm addressing now Jochen Günther. We're happy to see you here. So happy that you are with us. Переводчики все слышат и говорят.
Просто не вижу, чтобы Гюнтер отреагировал. Господин Гюнтер, Йохан.
Yes.
Нет, видно Гюнтера.
Right, here we are. No, it's not. Очень рад.
So your report so nice, and I'm very glad to listen and hear you.
Yes, I also like. But next time, it should be physically in St. Petersburg and not in front of a camera.
Yes. Я думаю, надо заканчивать, раз не получается. Я думаю, что раз не получается, время закончилось, надо заканчивать. Самрат, извини, пожалуйста, раз у тебя технические проблемы.
Apologize. Probably time to round up the call today.
Не получилось, да?
No, it doesn't work.
Странно. Ну, хорошо.
Okay.
Ты находишься в Питере или где?
Are you in St. Petersburg? Samrat, where are you in St. Petersburg?
Окей. Ну, я думаю, что надо заканчивать.
Right, we'll finish it. I think that we have all enriched each other, shared knowledge. We were happy to see each other in spite of the pandemic. We were able to see each other. So no challenges stand on our way. Thanks to digitization. Without it, we would not have been. Without the internet technologies, it would have been dull. So, well, of course, we would like to shake hands, to embrace, to have coffee together during the coffee break. Well, this is what we're truly missing. Personal contact is very important, apart from being here together and talking to each other and looking into the eyes of each other. But that was not enough. It's quite a different story when we can see people, meet people. But, well, I remember together with Günther, we even went to the Philharmonic Society together. And so, yes, well, Professor Maas, we have not met. And the same is true for Carlos Spagnolo, but I think there is a lot ahead because the pandemic will be over. And then as for some other speakers, we have been in contact for over 10 years, and we met and we had common discussions, and we had boat trips together, as well as with Massimo and Antonio, but they're not with us at the moment. So I wish all of you health, first of all, health, many times health, and we hope that it's not the last time we meet, either online or in St. Petersburg. Thank you once again. All the best. No. Let's open our screens and take photos. There's so much in the chat. So joint picture. Now, Samrat, you were not with us here. You did not speak, but we can have your picture together with all of us. Yes. Do you need more light? There is and Carlo, it's dark with you over there. Günther?
Yes.
It's very dark there. We need to have upper light. Marina, there's also some problem with lighting. Right? We would like to have proper pictures. Natalia, this is not Natalia, though. Natalia is... Okay. You need to have better lighting. Yes, Marina and Evgenia, they're all here. Carla? Yes. Right. Looks better. Looks better. Get a bit closer. All right. We need your smile. Hope that your impressions are positive of the conference, and we need feedback from you. Now, you know very well in Europe that the comments are very much needed. And Carlo and Günther can all contribute articles. Well, it's such a pity that we're parting, but well, thank you once again. Thank you again and again. No, time is up. It's almost 7:30. Right. All the best. I'd like to thank Alona, Nastya, whom we cannot see, but who are with us, and we're able to work with them. I'd like to thank the interpreters. Yeah. Well, it helped a lot. We could listen, we could respond, and so thank you very much. It's comfortable enough, right? Now, Gennady, we can see you very well now. All right, Samrat, not the last time you have a chance to speak. In spring, we'll have another conference and we'll invite you again. Thank you. Thank you. All the best.